Welcome out to Norwalk Middle School for a baseball doubleheader between your Norwalk Warriors welcoming in the Ballard Bombers for a doubleheader here at home for the Warriors. Ashton Hans going to be on the mound today for the Warriors to get things started in this doubleheader. I'm Tyler French. He's Ian Nelson, and we are set to bring you live coverage here on the Warriors live stream network. Pardon my French media. It's been a rough go of it for the Warriors, coming off a nice split, though, in that doubleheader against Roosevelt on Tuesday.
Yeah, coming in at a 13-17 record. It's just been up and down for most of the season, and then you do look, they've had a really rough stretch, as you mentioned, before the win against Des Moines Roosevelt. They were coming off of 6 straight losses, and then it was 2 straight wins. They beat DCG and then beat Roosevelt and then followed it up with a loss. So in the last couple of games, it's just been a rough streak, and it's really been off of just some inconsistency. There's been some inconsistencies in the field, and then just the arms haven't been as strong late into the games, which is hurt the Warriors. So looking in this game just to stay steady throughout all of it, not try to do too much, and looking out and watching out for some of the young guys on the field.
And they're going to need to get their bats going as well, and getting no hit on Tuesday night in the second half of that doubleheader in a big blowout loss against the Rough Riders. But they are back on the field against a new foe today. Stepping into the batter's box is the center fielder for the Bombers, Stetson Kane, to get things started in this one. Hans has had his struggles this year, but has been one of the better pitchers for this squad throughout a majority of this season. Likes to use that breaking pitch along with that devastating slider. First pitch comes in as a ball, and we are underway here. Kane leading things off for the Bombers with Jake Clement and Sid Farmer to follow here in this opening frame. Slider, a little bit of a high pitch, but gets the call on a strike to even the count up 1-1. The 1-1 pitch, another breaking ball. Can't get the call on this one, though, as it runs inside. So it'll be Kane, Clement, and Farmer, followed Bryce Miller, the team's cleanup hitter, leading the team in all the big power numbers, pacing with 7 home runs on the season. That one, a call on the outside corner on a fastball from the senior Hans. Following Miller, it'll be Bowen Benedict, the pitcher. Evan Kinzenbaugh playing short and hitting 6th. Ethan Rouse, the designated hitter, has a swing and a miss. Down goes Kane on 5 pitches. Another nice breaking pitch to get the out on that one.
Yeah, Hans, as you mentioned, has had a couple of struggles in his last start, but getting a strikeout quickly, that is exactly what you want if you are Hans and this Norwalk squad, who has struggled to throw strikes in the last couple of games. Only a couple of strikeouts in both of their games, even though in Game 1 of the Des Moines doubleheader, they didn't need the strikeouts, just put the ball in play. The lack thereof in Game 2 was one of the detrimental factors.
Went back-to-back sliders to begin this at-bat. Got the call on the first one. This time, though, comes in a little low. Rounding out the opening lineup for Ballard, it'll be Evan Entrikin, the left fielder, and at second base, Ben Clement. As this one hit high and deep into right field, as Wilkening sets underneath it and able to put it away. Gave it a bit of a ride, but it is quite a long way out into that right field center. That'll bring Sid Farmer to the plate, the third baseman. Defensively for the Warriors, the battery pair Hans and Riley Schmidt. From first to third around the horn, Keelan Selby over at first with Kenyon Wright at second, Colton Moore at short, and the third baseman today is Jackson House. Swing and a miss from Farmer on the first pitch. We talked about Wilkening out in right. Joining him out there is Xavier Bush in center and Cale Wadley out in left. This one outside for ball 1. Has Hans looking to make quick work of Ballard here in the first inning. Trying to start out with a 1-2-3. inning. When he's had his struggles, it has gotten away from him quick, but here today seems to be throwing his best stuff early on.
Yeah, this is a guy that came into this as the strikeout leader for this Norwalk team, but also led the team in walks with 37. So 37 walks, but 35, now 36, 37 strikeouts after that one. So just tied his walk and strikeouts, which is a really nice start for Ashton Hans.
1, 2, 3, the Bombers go down in the first inning. A pair of strikeouts and a flyout. It'll be Moore, Hans, and Schmidt coming up for the Warriors in the bottom of the first. We'll take a look at Bowen Benedict, the starter today for Ballard, when we come back. The lefty Bowen Benedict on the mound to begin things today for Ballard. Just a 3-3 record this year, but the rest of the stats do not tell that same story. A 2.5 ERA this year, almost 50 strikeouts in only 36 innings. He is going to match up with a very strong Warriors lineup, but he has pitched some gems this year near the top of this rotation for the Bombers.
Yeah, he has. And that strikeout number is one to be cautious if you're this Warriors team, especially looking at the top 4 hitters who lead the Norwalk Warriors in strikeouts. You look at a guy like Colton Moore, who has 19, and then just following him, Ashton Hans has 30 strikeouts on the year. So watch out for that 1 and 2. These are guys that like to swing the bat a lot, but they also can be patient when they need to. So if you're Colton Moore and Ashton Hans, you just got to be patient and wait for your pitch, especially from this guy.
As Benedict will deliver his first pitch, fastball runs outside for ball 1. Talked about those top 4 hitters, Colton Moore, Ashton Hans, Riley Schmidt, and Owen Siemens to lead this lineup off. As Moore swing of the second pitch, it's a grounder over to second. Almost lost his footing, but a throw over in time to get the speedy runner. Sid Farmer with the put out.
I like the aggressiveness there from Colton Moore. Just puts one into play, and it almost worked in his favor. The slickness, the slight bit of rain that we got pregame, making the turf a little bit slippery, but a good job there from the second baseman to stay steady with it.
That one catches the outside corner. Good fastball from the lefty. This one hit high and mid-depth in right field. Almost misplayed by the right fielder, Kane, but able to adjust and put it away.
Norwalk getting out of the gates quickly with some aggressive hitting, just hasn't landed or fallen into the spots, but showing Benedict early that they are willing to swing on his pitches and aren't intimidated in the slightest bit.
Schmidt, the hard-hitting catcher, the only player in this Warriors lineup with a home run. Called strike at the knees to begin the at-bat. Just a 5th pitch thrown this inning, as both these pitchers starting out strong to begin this game in the first. And we'll see our first 3-pitch at-bat here in the inning for the Warriors. Hans got a pair of strikeouts in the top of the first. And Schmidt trying to work the count a little bit here. Sees that one go outside, makes it 2-1. Benedict, this one hit high and deep. Schmidt sends it back. It is the first home run here at Warrior Field. Riley Schmidt, we were just talking, he's got the only long fly of the year. Touch 'em all as he sends that one 340 over the left field wall.
Somebody get that ball and get it.
What a hit out of the man right there. Riley Schmidt, only a junior. Warrior fans, you got another year with him and hoping to keep doing that one. A great hit right there, got all of it, and it was pretty much a no-doubter. You could see it the second it hit off. He was confident and all the right to do it, and a great way to get on top of Ballard quickly. A one-hit solo shot.
And see how Benedict bounces back, as that is the first home run hit at either the baseball or softball field by a Norwalk player. We've seen it come up short a couple of times on the baseball field. Softball, it was Katie Shekel from Pella, the only player to put one over the fence, and I believe it was Pella Christian had one here at the baseball field, but Norwalk finally able to get that monkey off the back and put one over the fence. 2-1 count here to the designated hitter, Owen Siemens. As he gets a nice hitter's count. And of course, I have to let Liam know that the one baseball game he misses, Norwalk hits their first home run, as it is a 5-pitch walk here for Siemens. Gives the Warriors their first base runner of the game.
He might be a little mad. I told him to take the night off, as he's been working quite a bit, especially here for baseball. And, of course, it's the one night that he doesn't call baseball that Riley Schmidt gets a hold of it and sends it to Neverland.
High pitch gets the call to the right fielder, Brady Wilkening. A 1-0 game here in the bottom of the first. That pitch high and outside. So Riley Schmidt saw one that he liked, turned on it, and deposited in the field out past the fence. As this one hit by Wilkening over to short. Up throwing, and too high, pulls the first baseman off. As that'll be an error on Kinzenbaugh. Allows both runners to be safe. I think Kinzenbaugh just kind of rushed himself trying to get Siemens, get Wilkening, who's not the speediest runner, but able to leg that one out. And that'll bring the second baseman, Kenyon Wright, to the plate. Warriors in business here with 2 gone in the inning.
And Benedict, who was looking like was going to get out of this one with less pitches than Ashton Hans was, plus some, is really getting worked on now by this Warrior squad, who has stayed patient despite the very fast fastball and some of those breaking balls that Benedict has thrown their way, has stayed patient, waited for it to go their way, and then has delivered, as we saw from Schmidt, but also those last 2 players now getting on base.
Ballard as a whole, a very strong pitching team, a team ERA of 3.22 this year and over 200 strikeouts as a squad. A 1-2 count here to Wright. Pitch comes inside, makes it 2-2. 2 gone in the inning with 2 runners on, a 1-0 count. Or excuse me, a 1-0 score here in the bottom of the first. Good stop behind the plate by Clement. So now full count, runners will be going on the pitch. There's the full count. This one hit and lifted into right field. Selling underneath it and putting away for the final out is Weichman. So the Warriors do strand a pair of runners, but they pick up a hit in a loud way. The solo shot from Riley Schmidt puts the Warriors up 1-0 heading into the top of the second. 4-5-6, the heart of the order coming up for Ballard when we come back. Bryce Miller steps in, the cleanup hitter for the Bombers. Player that has the ability to tie this one up with one swing of the bat and has probably the best power swing of anyone on either roster. As this one drilled high and deep, but it is not going to have enough, as a nice play by Xavier Bush in center field puts that one away for the out. Thought for sure I was going to give him the broadcaster's curse on the first pitch.
Or the broadcast curse on Norwalk, and then just the broadcast blessing for Bryce Miller. Yeah, he got a hold of that one right there, but just held up. Slight bit of wind coming towards the batter's box, so you're going to hit into the wind. But then just a great play there by Xavier Bushman, a stud in the outfield, the captain of the outfield all season. A great play by him, having to really get out of position, go into the middle between left and center. A great job out of Bush right there.
Bowen Benedict, the pitcher, steps into the batter's box, took a called strike on the first pitch. This one low and inside for a ball. Benedict, as good as he's been on the mound, has had his struggles at the plate, a sub-180 batting average this season. As could not check his swing, and that'll be a strike. So Hans will go after strikeout number 3. Ball called on that one as it squirts past Schmidt. As that runs the count full. Full count, 1 out, as Ballard looking for their first base runner, and they'll get it as this one taken inside. So Hans got ahead in the count, but ended up losing him and giving up his first base runner of the evening.
Yeah, great patience there from Bowen Benedict. Really watching, making sure that it was his pitch to go, especially after taking that first one. Wasn't all that confident with that, but just stayed in the box and didn't really lift the bat off the shoulder too much. Just the one time when he checked his swing that went through.
So Kinzenbaugh will step in. And it looks like a courtesy runner over at First base.
It's going to be the freshman Landon Askelson.
Hans thrown over, trying to get him, as this one fouled off by Kinzenbaugh. Big curveball there. Can't get enough break to get back in the strike zone. Evens the count up 1-1. No gone, one gone in the inning, with Askelson standing over at first. Askelson, a pair of steals this season. Hasn't really shown any signs of going. This one low and outside.
And then on the other side, Riley Schmidt at catcher has thrown that he can get some putouts. Has thrown out a couple of runners at second base.
Another throw over by Hans. This one will be ripped into right field. First base hit for Ballard. They will stay at second, as Askelson was rounding that base with a full head of steam, but they'll go station to station here.
Now batting number 12, Ethan Rouse.
So 2 runners on. Just 1 out in the inning on that fly ball into center. And after setting down the first 4, we've seen some struggles from Hans these last 2 batters. Unable to find the strike zone a little bit. As this one sent into right field. And again, they will go station to station as a good throw in to the first baseman, Selby. Loads the bases, but does keep that runner over at third.
Now batting number 1, Evan Entrikin.
So Entrikin steps to the plate. The left fielder hitting with the bases loaded, 1 out. Warriors with their middle infield at double play depth would love to get one to get out of this inning. But right now a play at any base as the Bombers try to tie this one up or take the lead. Hans working back out of the windup. Good pitch in there on the fastball for strike 1.
That's a good response there from Hans. Was really struggling, as you mentioned there, through those last 3 batters. Wasn't able to find the strike zone to start out the count. They're finding it.
This one also hit into right field. It'll drop, and they will just send the 1 runner and tie this one up as the ball gets into Schmidt eventually. But an RBI single from Entrikin. That is 4 straight hitters to reach and 3 straight singles from the Bombers. And that'll bring up Ben Clement. Do you know if there's any relation to Jeff Clement?
That one hit deep into the outfield, but easily grabbed by Wilkening. Runner on third will go.
So it'll be a sac fly RBI for Ben Clement.
Now batting number 5, Stetson Kane.
And I'll bring Stetson Kane. Kane struck out swinging first time up. Ballard plated 2 runs already this inning, as Askelson and Kinzenbaugh have come around to score. Still runners at first and second. Slider comes in as a strike on the first pitch to Kane.
There's some that still do it.
The 0-1 runs inside. Warriors trying to stop the bleeding. Kane, a .325 hitter on the season. Another slider. Started outside, stayed outside. A good stop by Schmidt keeps those runners in place.
I actually still like that, and I have a bottle.
2-1 from Hans. Another one outside in the opposing batter's box.
One of the things here with Hans that he's got to watch out for is he does like to throw away from the batters, get them swinging. But here now in a position where you got to throw to the hitter.
Catches that outside corner. Might have been a favorable call, but Hans will take it. If Kane can reach, it'll put Jake Clement up with the bases loaded. Full count, 2 outs. And just a bit outside. So that'll be a walk. Second issued of the inning by Hans. I'll bring up Jake Clement to the plate. Bases loaded. And the guy you do have to be careful with, 3 home runs on the season. So plenty of power in that bat. Slider comes in high for ball 1.
And you don't see that a lot from a guy like Jake Clement, who's only a sophomore, a young kid, but a lot of power.
This one inside. As there's going to be a meeting at the mound, we'll take a short break and be right back. A 2-0 count here to the Bomber catcher. Looking for a bomb of his own as Hans gets that slider in for a strike. Trying to break this game wide open. 2 runners in scoring position. The pond is full of ducks, as they say. Trying to clear him here. Good back-to-back pitches from Hans in the strike zone.
Whatever was said during that meeting, he is stuck with him. Back-to-back strikes after going down in the count 2-0.
Clement flew out to right field last time, trying to find something he can drive. This one off the end of the bat, that'll score 1, and they are going to send both runners. No throw home, so 2 RBIs come in on the single for Jake Clement. I'll make it 4-1 here in the top of the second. That also sends Kane to second. First pitch is high and outside for ball 1. Good snag by Schmidt. Otherwise might have put both runners in scoring position. Outside for ball 2.
And now they're going to bring in a pinch runner for Clement. Number 20, that's Nolan Adams, a sophomore. Has 3 stolen bases off of 3 attempts so far this year, but in no position to steal with a runner, Stetson Kane at second.
Benedict, Kinzenbaugh, Rouse, and Entrekin all in for runs. And now a 3-0 count, trying to avoid loading the bases for the third time this inning, with a dangerous Bryce Miller waiting on deck. And that is exactly what happens, a 4-pitch walk. As Sid Farmer heads down to first, third baseman reaching base for the first time today. As the Bombers have now hit through the order. As this one hit into center field. Bush giving chase, and eventually will run it down and put it away. A pair of flyouts started and ended the inning from Bryce Miller, and able to get out of the jam, but the Bombers plate 4 runs and take a commanding 4-1 lead heading into the bottom of the second. We'll be right back. Xavier Bush will step in, made the first and third outs this last inning. And he takes a called ball, as Benedict did give up the home run the last inning. Outside of that, he allowed a walk, and then Wilkeny reached on the error, but has pitched fairly well so far in this one. Hans, consistency's been one of his problems all year, and rearing its ugly head in that second inning. Back-to-back strikes from Benedict. It'll be Bush, Selby, and Wadley at the bottom of this order. That one runs outside, ties the count up 2-2. Full count now as Bush, no swings yet in this at-bat. As Bush rockets this one over to second, but up and throwing over for the out is Ben Clement. Did confirm that Jake and Ben Clement are the sons of former Marshalltown great and Seattle Mariner and Pittsburgh Pirate Jeff Clement. Went third overall in 2005 out of USC. As this one hit right back up the middle, it'll be a first pitch swinging single for Keelan Selby to get on base.
Selby has really started to heat up in the last couple of weeks. Really great to see, especially going into the playoff stretch.
Yeah, he and Kingston Lamb have made a pretty solid rotation over at first for a large portion of this season. And that'll bring up the number 9 hitter, the left fielder, Cale Wadley. And speaking of the playoffs, the Warriors getting a very tough draw a week from tomorrow. They will be on the road to play Waukee Northwest in the first round of districts. If they are able to advance to the sub-state finals, they will likely have to go through Ottumwa in the semifinals and Indianola, the number 1 team in the state, in the finals. Very tough draw here in the 4A level.
Draw of doom, as it could be called.
As Indianola, a familiar opponent, 17-0 this year. Started the year 25-4, but have 25-2, but have lost 2 straight since that fantastic start.
Yeah, played him close the first time they saw him here, and then it was a different story.
Wadley hits this one kind of off the end of the bat. That'll be a fly out into right field.
Now batting number 8, Colton Moore.
Colton Moore will come back up. Aggressive at the top of the first. Bottom of the first as went swinging at the second pitch, grounding out to second base. This one on the ground does not get past Clement enough for Selby to try and swipe second. So 2 balls to begin the at-bat. A lot more patience the second time through the order for Colton Moore. Strike is called on that one as Benedict looks to battle back. Gave up the 1-out single and trying to strand him. A 3-1 count now has a really good hitter's count for Moore as the Warriors trying to battle from behind. Got the solo shot from Schmidt in the first, but 4 runs plated by Ballard in the top of the second, as that will be a walk issued by Benedict. The Warriors getting 2 runners on now for Ashton Hans.
Not a similar position as how the inning ended last time in the first. Runner on second, runner on first, and there was a fly out from Kenyon Wright. Hans here, who flew out to the same position as Kenyon Wright did to end the inning. Really needs just to focus on hitting through the ball and driving something to allow his runners to move on. Now in a pretty rough position score-wise, 4-1 deficit. It's got to be about focusing on just getting on base, putting runners through, and not trying to overpower a shot.
Hans was dealing in the first inning, pumping in 2 strikeouts, but the Bombers hit through the order against him in the last half inning. Now trying to get one of those back with a runner at second. Gets the benefit of the doubt on that call, does Benedict, a little bit outside, but draws the signal from the ump. 2 on, 2 out, 2 strikes up on the board. As Hans fouls this one straight back. Ruins another good pitch. So still 0-2, pitcher on pitcher. Selby at second with Moore at first. Could not check his swing, and that will be a swinging strikeout First of the game for Benedict, the Warriors strand 2 as they picked up 1 hit and 1 walk here in the inning. And we will go into the top of the third right after this. Blink it, you'll miss it. Don't let your best moments disappear. Savvy's Perspective Photography captures the moments you'll want to hold on to forever. Find them on Facebook or on Instagram at savvys.perspective.photography. Based in Ankeny and serving the surrounding areas. New clients use code SAVVY30 for 30% off your first session. That's SAVVY30. Savvy's Perspective Photography, sports, portraits, and beyond. It'll be the pitcher, Bowen Benedict, leading things off here for Ballard in the top of the third. He helped get things started with a walk in the last half inning, came around to score. Well, Astley did after pinch run for him at first. 4-1 as we begin action in the top of the third. Hans struggled in that last inning as gave up a walk and 3 straight hits after that first pitch flyout. 3 total walks on the inning and 4 hits allowed. As Benedict takes a big swing at that one, comes up empty to even the count up 1-1.
Yeah, I think one of the main issues with Hans in that last inning, he was just trying to go away from the hitters and then was forced in a position where he had a pitch just down the middle, and it put them in a very poor position, which allowed Ballard just to hop on the balls, or if they didn't, it put them in a position where they could just walk very easily.
Big cut at that one. Benedict goes down swinging. And it's kind of been the case from what I've seen from Hans all season, and especially tonight, is that when he's working out of the windup, he seems to be a lot more comfortable. And you could see that even when the bases got low and he was able to go back to that windup, he seemed a lot more calm and was able to deliver some good pitches. They were just able to make some good contact on it. It starts out this inning with a strikeout, his third of the game. That one might have slipped coming out of the hand to Kinzenbaugh. The first pitch is a ball.
Kinzenbaugh singled and then came in to score last time up in the second inning.
Kinzenbaugh got charged with that error back in the bottom of the first, but no harm came from it, as the Warriors ended up stranding a pair of runners.
Yeah, Kinzenbaugh was the first of 3. He started off the 3-piece spread of singles. It went Kinzenbaugh, Rouse, and then Entrick that all got a single last inning.
And Hans struggling to find the strike zone after getting the strikeout the last batter. Starts with 3 straight balls to the opposing shortstop. Kinzenbaugh, 289 hitter with 26 RBIs on the season. And can't get the call on that one, so a 4-pitch walk issued. Second time Kinzenbaugh has reached. Now Rouse will come back to the plate. Also singled and scored last time up. His single ended up loading the bases for Entrikin.
Rouse is at the designated hitter spot today, hitting for the right fielder, Michael Weichman, for Ballard. So won't say Weichman's name too much, so got to say it when we can.
5 straight balls thrown here after the strikeout by Hans. Kinzabaugh over at first after the walk. Infield normal depth. This one lifted into center field. And Bush, I think, lost it for a second, but able to recover and get to it for the second out of the inning.
Now batting number 1, Evan Entrican.
Trying to make it a quick inning here for the Warriors as Entrican steps in.
Yeah, Ashton Hans already at 54 pitches on the day, and we're only into the third inning, 2 2/3 way through the game. A lot of pitches for that arm so quickly, especially in this heat. Something to watch out for.
Schmidt throws down, not in time, but he slid off the bag. And it is going to be a caught stealing. Kinzabaugh would have had the steal. But instead, it is the third and final out of the inning, and the Warriors will try to get their bats going again. 3-4-5 coming up.
Yeah, great job. Jump there by Schmidt. Saw the steal, immediately went up and threw for it, and then a great job out of Colton Moore holding the tag all the way through and made sure to watch out for the inevitable, which was sliding off the bag, and that's what happened there. So just great defense there from Norwalk. One of their shining stars on the field is their defense, and it was really shown right there.
We'll take a short break and be right back. The Norwalk Athletic Booster Club exists solely for the purpose of supporting our middle and high school athletic programs. The Booster Club is a volunteer organization that raises funds through memberships, sponsorships, and events to support and enhance Warrior athletics. It's a fun way to be involved, meet other parents, and work together to provide resources for our Warriors. If you're a Warrior fan, consider joining the NABC. If you have some time to give, even better. Talk to Mr. Toby about volunteering, and as always, show up in the bleachers to support these Warriors. The power source steps into the batter's box again. Riley Schmidt touched them all last time up, hitting that first home run at this new field for the Warriors. Takes a called strike to begin this at bat. The only run and just one of 2 hits allowed through the first 2 innings by Benedict. He stranded 2 runners in each of the first 2 innings of this game. And Schmidt, along with Siemens and Wilkening, will try to get these innings started. All 3 reached base their first time up. That one in the dirt for a 2-1 count.
Yeah, you just got to focus on getting on base right here. Riley Schmidt, I know, probably wants to try to do it again if he can, but just focus on getting on base here is exactly what the Warriors need.
A good pitch, but can't get the call there. So a 3-1 count now to Schmidt. Schmidt's homer came on a 2-1 in the bottom of the first. Second home run of the season. The only 2 long flies of the year for the Warriors. This time he will draw a walk. As the first pitch strike, then 4 straight balls thrown by Benedict. There'll be a courtesy runner over at first. I believe it might be number 2, Aiden Walter. So an inning opening walk as this one fouled back by Siemens. Normally plays third or pitches for the Warriors, but the designated hitter today in place of Jackson Howe, patrolling over at third. Walter is a threat to run, does have 6 steals on the season. Benedict throws over to keep him close. .42 pitches in the first 2 innings thrown by Benedict. Fairly consistent, 22 in the first, 20 in the second. As this one swung on and missed by Siemens.
Yeah, now 48 pitches. A lot of them came in that first inning through well over 20 and then just kind of matched it up. One of the things that the Warriors are so good at is working the count. They do it so efficiently.
This one fouled off. Walter was running on that pitch. Siemens probably would have taken it, but probably would have been a called third strike, so had to swing to keep the at-bat going.
And right there, a lot of these batters, almost all of the batters for Norwalk, do such good a job at seeing that's going to be a called strike, but may not be mine, so just fouled away, staying alive in the count.
See if Walter looks to go again here. They do not. And a check swing, but hits into the double play depth. And because the first baseman over there, Bryce Miller, was holding on the runner, it was an opening over there. May not have been exactly how they drew it up, but the Warriors will take it. Third hit of the game for them and 2 base runners to begin this inning. And I'll bring Brady Wilkening to the plate, who reached on an error.
A very unusual and unnatural kind of single, but it works there from Siemens. A little bit of power you see there, just kind of try. I couldn't tell if you try to like poke at it or if it really was just a check swing that couldn't get the bat out of the way fully. Either way, his power and that of the fastball that the pitch came from allowed for it to have a lot of speed going down that first base line. And then, as you mentioned, first baseman was just holding him. Nothing there he could do, as Aiden Walters was really putting pressure on the first base and pitcher, saying, you got to cover me or I will go. And because of that and all those factors, it allowed for Siemens to reach and keep all runners on with no outs.
So no one gone in the inning. It'll bring Brady Wilkening to the plate. Wilkening at the plate, right on deck, and Xavier Bush in the hole. As meeting on the mound, Benedict's day not done yet. There is some action going on in the bullpen for the Bombers. Can't quite see from over here of who's out there, but did see someone head over there a little bit ago. This is the 10th appearance of the season for Benedict. Tried to run a sneaky pickoff play. 2 on, no one out. The right fielder, Wilkening, steps in. Gets the bunt down, but they will say it went foul. It was on a very high and inside pitch. Both runners were going. By the time that one had even been fielded, both of them were standing on the base. Instead, they will head back to their respective bases, and it'll be an 0-1 count to Wilkening. Wilkening hitting .200 this season with 13 RBIs. Shows bunt, pulls it back.
Oh, no.
And they may have a little bit of a pickle here for Walter. Going back and forth between second and third. A swim move on the dive attempt, and they're going to say they got him. Walter danced a little too far off second, and they were able to run him down eventually. So the lead runner eliminated here. It is a 1-1 count to Wilkening. Siemens does reach second on the throw down to third. So the first out of the inning. Warriors lose a base runner. Wilkening swinging at this one, does not show bunt, fouls it out of play. Now down 1-2.
It was so weird. The shortstop for Ballard just, as he was playing behind the runner at second and then just swooped in front of him and was ready there to get the pick off.
Wilkening another foul ball. Yeah, trying to play some games over at second. Warriors looked like they were trying to play some a little bit back. Did not go their way. Thought Walter may have been able to slide in safely with that swim move over the top, but was not able to slide in under the tag. Throw over to second. Siemens is back in plenty of time. Here's the 1-2 from Benedict. Looking for his second strikeout. And this one will be hit high inside of the infield. As that is the shortstop, Kinzenbaugh, moving over to put it away.
Now batting number 4, Kenyon Wright.
And bring Kenyon Wright to the plate. Worked a full count before flying out to right field, first time through the order. Siemens standing at second. Good snag from Clement. Pitch outside makes it 2-0. Bottom of the third inning, a 4-1 count. Warriors got the home run from Schmidt in the first before the Bombers responded with 4 in the top of the second. Trying to avoid their third straight inning with stranding at least one runner. Is Wright looking to try and work a walk. Four pitches, all balls. We'll put 2 on base and bring Xavier Bush back to the plate.
Bush grounded out to second. Or I guess it was to the second baseman, thrown to first, and his last time up. Now with 2 runners on, trying not to strand anybody else.
This one hit over in between short and third. They'll hold all 3 runners. And a beautiful throw home. Siemens would have been dead to rights there, but it does load the bases.
Selby is now up to bat, singled in his last time up and then got around to second before eventually being stranded. Nice job here for Norwalk in the bats. Did not strand runners on second and first for the 3rd time in a row. Now you have runners on all corners, hoping not to strand them here and have an even worse situation.
Selby pops this one out of play on the first pitch. Warriors trying to work their way back in, down 4-1. A base hit could make this a 1-run ball game.
Especially with a guy like Kenyon Wright at second. He's got the speed to get around. Siemens not always the guy that you want to be running. So good to have him at third and Kenyon Wright at second. Now in a tied count, 1-1.
Siemens and Bush with singles. Wright worked the walk, and that one kept that runner at third. Another nice stop by Clement.
If you're Benedict here, you really want to get a strike because it makes it a 2-2 count instead of a 3-1, and a 3-1 puts you in a very rough position, especially with bases loaded here.
Benedict delivers. It's hit high and out of play by Selby. One thing that's interesting, too, is seeing, even with the bases loaded, Benedict working out of the stretch. Might just be what's most comfortable for him. Obviously, he's been very effective with runners on base. Stranded 4 total across the first 2 innings, trying to make it 7 with a 2-2 count to the first baseman, Selby. Bombers trying to get out of the inning. Warriors looking to plate a couple of runs, and it'll be a full count. So it'll come in about as dramatic as a fashion as it can in the bottom of the third. Here's the pitch to Selby. He'll hit this one out into left center. It's going to be a tough play. Diving play. Cannot come up with it. And that is going to be a bases clearing single. The diving attempt out in left from Entrikin came up short, bounce out of his glove. A great effort, but the Warriors tie it up 4-4.
And a great job by all the base runners there, especially Xavier Bush. With the bases loaded, you're already running around because it's 2 outs, bases, full count. You're going to be running on anything, and that works in their favor. They start running, and Xavier Bush with all the speed because he plays center field. He's got to be the speedster. Gets around and scores, and now we have a tie ball game.
And it looks like Benedict's day is done in the process as well. And a tough play from Entrikin, and I think that in any other situation, you just let that drop, maybe give up the 1 run. But with all 3 runners going, you're trying to make a big play that if you let it drop, 2 are scoring anyway. What's 1 more coming home? So Benedict's day is done, is responsible for the runner at first. Cale Wadley will take the plate against the new pitcher. When we come back, looks like coming to the mound is number 12, Ethan Rouse. It's Ethan Rouse coming out of the bullpen. It's his 10th appearance of the season for this squad as he tries to hold down the fort, a now tied ball game thanks to a bloop single from Keelan Selby, who waits over at first.
And the final tallies for Bowen Benedict: 66 pitches thrown through 2 2/3 innings, 1 strikeout, 4 walks, 5 hits allowed, 4 runs, and there was an error that moved a runner around, but that was not his fault. He is responsible, though, for the runner now at first, and if he does come in to score, currently it is a no decision for his night, but if Keelan Selby at first comes in to score, it would be Bowen Benedict in line for the loss.
Wadley steps in to the batter's box, trying to keep this inning going. As a lot of this action came after that second out, And the Warriors could realistically be in front now if not for Walter getting picked off. Going to third. But they'll take what they can get, tying this one up. 4-4 in the bottom of the third inning. Throw down to first, trying to catch Selby napping. We'll see if Hans does come back out to pitch after having some struggles of his own. But did have a 1-2-3 in the last inning. 3-1 count here for Rouse. Ninth appearance, all coming out of the bullpen for the Bombers. Trying to end this inning. Taking all the way was Wadley. Makes it a full count, which means Selby will be running. Colton Moore waiting on deck. This one fouled down the third base line. So Selby will make his way all the way back to first. Was running on the pitch. It'll be 8-9-1 due up for Ballard in the top of the fourth after this half inning. Wadley gets this one on the ground. Tough throw over Wadley. And they're going to say they got him by a step. So a 5-3 ground out ends the inning. The Warriors do strand one run, but they score 3 to tie this one up 4-4. We'll take a break. Be back with the top of the fourth right after this. Ashton Hans back out to pitch to the top of the fourth. Evan Entrican will step in to the batter's box, singled and scored, as well as picking up an RBI last time up. Technically, is really his third time seeing Hans, as we saw Kizabah get thrown out trying to steal second. Took a cut at the first pitch, swung through it for strike one. Thought about offering it that one, but able to check his swing. Hans has struggled a little bit with his command today. Does have 3 strikeouts. But trying to make sure he puts himself in position for at least a no decision after his team battled to get this one tied up. Hans on the 2-1. Kind of jammed right over to first, and that will be the first out of the inning. Made a good pitch and able to get an easy out in the infield. Type of play this team needs, not trying to get these long drawn-out innings, but it brings Ben Clement to the plate, the other son of Jeff Clement, the former Pittsburgh Pirate.
Clement flew out to right field in his first time up in the second inning. Just a freshman, but has hit very well. 18 hits, 17 runs.
This one popped up into shallow left center. And it'll be Wadley coming in to put it away. And that'll bring the top of the order back up. Stetson Kane will step into the batter's box. And after that extremely long 32-pitch second inning, it has been strong sailing so far for Hans Sens. Got him to offer, and they'll call that a strike. A beautiful slider that just bottomed out.
In the first inning, we saw that slider work very well for Hans, and that second one not so much, and didn't really go to it in the third, but now here in the fourth, using a little bit there, especially on that one. It was a bit of a mix. It was a breaking ball pitch, using all sorts of breaking on that one to get swinging.
Yeah, went back to the curveball and goes to a breaking pitch below the knees, and couldn't get him to strike out on that one. I can't be fined by the FCC. This one in the dirt makes it a 1-2 count. Trying for back-to-back 1, 2, 3 innings. This one low and outside, evens it up 2-2. Payoff pitch, trying to get out of the inning. Another breaking ball, but does not get the call. A big curve that did not curve enough, apparently. Runs the count full. Started the count 0-2, and this is where he struggled a little bit trying to put batters away. Sometimes gets a little too cute with the breaking stuff. And that one runs inside, hits. So Kane will reach, and a huge base-stealing threat. That'll bring Jake Clement back to the plate.
20 stolen bases on 20 attempts for Stetson Kane.
And Jake Clement, one of the best hitters on this roster as well. Already 2 RBIs on that single back in the second inning. Hans, aware of Kane's speed, throws over to first. And Kane in there easily, sliding in safely for his 21st steal of the season.
One of the things that Kane does so well is his jump. He gets that extra lead off and then will just, like that, out of a cannon, and he was there pretty much before the throw was even down.
Able to get the call on the outside corner this time, makes it 1-1. Talking about Jeff Clement earlier, Jake and Ben's dad. Actually, at one point, fairly familiar with Norwalk, as came out of Marshalltown, then at USC, but played with Norwalk great and eventual MLB All-Star Joel Hanrahan on the same Pittsburgh Pirates team in the early 2010s. Just a year later, the Pirates also drafted Matt Dermody, who graduated from Norwalk in 2009 and then went to the University of Iowa before being drafted in the 28th round by Pittsburgh in 2013. A 2-1 count here to the catcher. Make it 3-1 as that one's outside.
Hans looking a little shaky here after that walk and hit batter. Really just got to settle in. I wouldn't mind maybe just a fastball down low.
Checks Kane, who slides back into second. Sid Farmer waiting on deck. Clement trying to give the lead back. Going to slide in safely back. Another good throw down to second by Schmidt. And Clement will draw a 5-pitch walk. That's back-to-back walks. No signal from Coach Weedman yet. We got to think that leash is tightening and tightening here on Hans in the top of the fourth. First pitch called strike.
Farmer struck out and walked in his previous at-bats. Now here with 2 runners on. Looking to increase his RBI total.
As this one hit high and deep into left field, giving chase is Wadley. And over his head. And Wadley ran into the fence, I think, and he is slow to get up. It is going to be a 2 RBI double, clearing those bases. And puts Ballard back in front 6-4. As we'll take a short break. Wadley getting back to his feet. And we'll see if they end up going with a pitching change as well. We'll be right back.
Everyone's up and running.
It was an RBI double for Sid Farmer. Wadley staying in the game out in left field. Miller will step into the plate. Takes a called strike on that inside corner to begin the at-bat. He's flown out to center field both times. Each of those coming back in that 4-run second inning. Hans checks the runner, and they'll deliver to home. Pitch started in the zone, breaks out, cannot get Miller to offer at it. Two runs in on the inning. Hans back in line for the loss. Fastball inside for ball 2. Miller cuts at that one and misses.
Nice fastball there from Hans to get back into the count and put more pressure on Miller.
Trying to end the inning and limit the damage to just the 2 runs. This one hit over. More up throwing, and it is going to be a error, as that allows the runner to come in and score. Farmer scores, and that'll make it a 7-4 ball game. Miller will reach on the error. And Nolan Adams will pinch hit here for Bowen Benedict. Shows bunt. Waiting to see. It looks like they do call it a ball. It looks like he was still offering at it. But officially a 1-0 count. Throw over to keep Miller close at first. Adams was trying to catch the defense sleeping, as this is going to be a wild pitch. Went back to Schmidt, but decided not to try with a throw. If that gets past, you put a runner over at third. But a 2-0 count, as that one never had a chance of reaching the strike zone. Sailed over Schmidt's head. That one outside. .30 count. That one outside will be a 4-pitch walk. Kinzenbaugh will step back into the plate. Third at bat of the game. 1 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. Did get thrown out to close out the 3rd inning last time through the order. 7-4 is the score, as that one, a slider that can't find the zone. Hans just trying to get out of this inning, but he's thrown 6 straight balls now. The 2-0. Make that 7 straight. Hans has issued 3 walks here in the inning. Finally finds the strike zone again. And all this damage came, remember, with 2 outs, as got the first 2 outs on just 6 pitches. But they have been working him since. 3 walks and the 2 RBI double make it 4 walks now, as that will load the bases. Miller at third with Adams at second and Kinzenbaugh now at first. And we'll see if that is it for Hans. Coach Wiedemann talking with his senior pitcher. We'll take a short break and be right back. Hans stays in the game. 2 gone here in the top of the 4th. Back out of the windup. Could be his final batter of the game, as Rouse, who's now pitching on the other side, steps into the batter's box. Has thrown just 1 strike now in his last 10-plus pitches. This one fouled off. I'm surprised that they were having him swing. I would have been making him throw a strike before. Up over 85 pitches for the game, just trying to get out of this inning and limit the damage to just the 3. Good snag on the short hop by Schmidt. Keeps the bases loaded. And that will be another walk. As Coach Weidman will come in, and this time that'll be it for Ashton Hans. So we'll have a relief pitcher coming in with the bases loaded. When we come back, it'll be Evan Entrikin at the plate when we come back. Benton Bruner, the new pitcher for the Warriors, comes in a huge situation with the bases loaded. His team already down 4 runs. Evan Entrikin at the plate, 1 for 2 today with an RBI and a run scored. This is the second time today that the Bombers have hit through the order. Second time they've plated 4 runs as well. As this one will score at least 1. They will hold the runner over at third. That one will be charged to Hans. As Benedict comes in to score. Excuse me, that is Adams that comes in to score. This one ripped foul, trying to take his first base coach out in the process. Ben Clement, 0 for 1 on the day, did have a sac fly and an RBI his first time up. That one comes in low. A 1-1 count here. Runners on third and second, both charged to Hans. This one fouled down the first base line. Again, going after that first base coach. A 1-2 count, trying to get out of the inning is Bruner. If Clement can reach, that'll bring up the top of the order. That one ends up in the dirt. 2-2 count now to the second baseman. Stetson Kane waiting on deck. And Bruner gets him swinging. But a huge inning here after the Warriors had tied it. 4-4, 5 runs come in to score for Ballard. It is 9-4 going in to the bottom of the 4th. Halfway through this one, we will be right back. Yikes.
Hello.
Warriors with some work to do. It is 9-4 here in the bottom of the fourth inning as the Bombers went to work with 5 runs in the top of the fourth. Rouse back out to pitch, starts out with a hanging curveball to Moore, who swings and misses at it. Back-to-back strikes as this one at the knees. Rouse now in line for the win as this one blooped out into left center and will drop for a hit. Second time Moore has reached base today.
It's the second time Moore has done that in the past 2 games. He did that against Des Moines Roosevelt. Really got low with the ball and just tried to poke it out of the ground. A very golf-esque swing, but it does the work. It just bloops over the infield's head and drops in front of the outfield. Great job to get on base, especially being the leadoff batter. Now you put your team in a position to get some runs. Because that one soared over the head of now number 6, Benton Bruner, hitting for Ashton Hans.
Throw over to first, trying to keep Moore close. Bruner has not seen much time at the plate, just his 3rd plate appearance of the season, but trying to eat up some innings here so he comes in to hit.
He's got 1 hit, 1 strikeout, and 2 walks.
1-1 count to the new pitcher for the Warriors. Hans giving up 9 runs in 2 2/3. 3 2/3, excuse me. As they're worried about Moore over at first base. Easily the biggest base stealing threat for the Warriors. And Bruner showing some good patience, up 3-1 in the count. Good pitch here from Rouse. Runs the count full. Kind of got jammed a little bit, made contact, but flies out to the shortstop.
Now batting number 12, Riley Schmidt.
How to bring Riley Schmidt back to the plate. Homered his first time up, drew a walk last time through the order. Trying to keep his hot night going. And Moore caught sleeping, and he's in a pickle. Second base running mistake by the Warriors today, as Moore trying to use his speed to see if he can get on. And they're going to say they got him. So that'll be 2 outs now as Moore gets picked off. I feel bad for whoever's keeping the actual score book because you've got to mark the numbers of each person that threw that. That was technically like a 1 3 6 2 4 2 1 3. I think there was a 9 in there somewhere.
He saw an 8, 6, 7, 5, 309. It felt like it was just kept going back and forth.
Almost slid back in safely, but the throw a step ahead of him as Riley Schmidt singles out into center field, gets on base for the 3rd time tonight. Unfortunately now for the Warriors, it comes with 2 gone in the inning.
One thing, though, the Warriors do seem to do better with 2 outs because that's where the Riley Schmidt home run came off of. It was 2 outs, and then they got some runners on. And they've got runners on. They scored 2 runs with 2 outs in the last inning. So here now with 2 outs, a runner on. Big Red Owen Siemens, if he can get bat on ball, could be some good things in the future.
Does have the power to give it a ride. First pitch high and inside for ball 1. Rinse and repeat with another pitch inside for a 2-0 count. That one finds the strike zone, trying to battle back. Siemens 1 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. Singled last time up. Trying to work his second walk of the game. Gets up 3-1 in the count. Brady Wilkening waiting on deck if Siemens can reach. As this another base knock out into left center. As gets past the center fielder, and that is going to be an RBI double. As it was Walter running over at first, comes all the way around to score. An RBI double to the wall for Owen Siemens. Gets the Warriors 1 run closer. Like that 3-1 pitch and was just able to put it in a perfect spot. A slow roller out to the wall. That'll bring Brady Wilkening back to the plate. Ball that kind of just stayed high, goes over the head of Wilkening for ball 1. Kenyon Wright waiting on deck. As this one stays fair, tough throw over, and a good reach over at first by Miller. And that will do it on a 5-3 ground out. Warriors get 1 back, but still trail by 4, heading into the top of the 5th when we come back. Bruner back out to pitch the top of the 5th. First pitch swinging, gets out of play. The hitter, Stetson Kane, the leadoff hitter, 4th time to the plate, has a strikeout and 2 walks, has yet to put the ball in play here in this one. Ash and Hans in line for the loss today after 90-plus pitches and 9 runs allowed, as this one lifted into center field, sends Bush back a couple of steps, but he puts it away for the first out of the inning.
Number 7, Jake Clement.
Clement will come back to the plate. Had that 2 RBI single back in the 2nd inning. Walked and scored a run his last time up. Takes a strike on the first pitch.
Everybody on this Ballard team has scored a run except for Ben Clement, the brother of the now batter Jake Clement.
Hits this one right into the hole. Diving attempt from right. Couldn't slide and bring it up. So continues a nice game. Now 2 for 3 on the day.
Now batting number 4, Sid Farmer.
And that'll bring Sid Farmer to the plate. Farmer had that big RBI, 2 RBI double, that one hop to the wall. So already shown he's got some power in that bat. Bombers not showing patience. They've kind of gone after Bruner here in this inning as a swing and a miss. Actually, Farmer did get a piece of that one, fouled it back. But
Third straight at bat started with a strike from Benton Bruner, really trying to put pressure on these batters, which Ashton Hans was unable to do.
In there safely. Great throw down by Schmidt, but Clement, even as a catcher, has wheels. He's been the other big base stealing threat this year for this squad. Has just swiped his 20th bag of the season. Not numbers you would expect to see from a sophomore catcher. Does a little bit of everything for this team. 2nd in home runs and 2nd in stolen bases this year. Has played phenomenal defense behind the dish as well in this one. Farmer down 1-2 in the count. Runner now in scoring position. Big hole on that right side of, as that one bounces away, a wild pitch will send Clement over to 3rd. And Bruner, who's done pretty well with his command, lets that one get away. And we'll get a courtesy runner this time, as looks like it is Jackson Hunt, the sophomore, running at 3rd. Two-two count to the 3rd baseman. I got a full count. Farmer looking for something he can drive and try and bring in his 3rd RBI of the day. And that's exactly what he gets. Sends this one out into right center. That will drop. One hops over the wall, and that will be the 2nd RBI double of the game for Farmer, as he brings in Hunt.
Now batting number 11, Bryce Miller.
Fantastic game for Farmer. 3 RBIs on a pair of doubles here today. And he'll be waiting at 2nd now with Bryce Miller at the plate. 0 for 3 on the day, but did reach on an error and scored last time through. It's now the 4th time in the last 6 games this pitching rotation has allowed 10-plus runs in a game. Starts Miller out with a pitch out wide. As Miller tees off on this one, sends it into left center. That will be another RBI. And they're going to send Miller all the way, digging for third, as that'll be a double and then an error out in left center by Bush. Couldn't come up cleanly with the ball.
Now batting 20, Nolan Adams.
And Nolan Adams will come back to the plate, walked and scored. As this offense clicking on all cylinders in this one. 11 runs up on the board. 3 multi-run innings as Adams takes a cut and comes up empty. Three straight hits for the Bombers. Was showing bunt on there. Wasn't 100% sure if they say he pulled it back or not, but I believe he did offer. So no official showing from the umpire. As this one hit out into right field, foul. And it will get out of play. So either way, now there are 2 strikes. Adams trying to bring that run in from third with at least a sac fly here. As this one dropping in, and that will be a base hit. For a second, looked like it was going to bounce over the head of the right fielder, Wilkening. Miller comes in to score. Now that makes it 4 straight hits.
Now batting 24, Evan Kinzenbaugh.
Kinzenbaugh will come back to the plate. He's reached base every time. Bruner's allowed 3 runs this inning, making it a 12-5 game. Throw over to first. Not in time as Adams is back safely. Adams not a huge base stealing threat, but does have 3 swipes on the year. Kinzenbaugh takes this one low and inside for ball 1. The pitcher, Ethan Rouse, waiting on deck. A good pitch from Brunner makes it a 1-1 count. As this one will be ripped into right field. Puts 2 runners on with 1 gone in the inning.
Ballard has just completely switched up their hitter mentality from between the 2 pitchers. They really stayed back and waited for Ashton Hans to pitch to them and allowed to walk. But since then, they haven't walked once, but have got a bunch of hits, really attacked Benton Brunner. And they have made this Norwalk defense really pay.
Yeah, this is the 9th batter that Brunner has faced. He's allowed 6 hits and only recorded 2 outs so far. Gets a swing and a miss from Rouse on that one. Big curveball that does not get into the zone. Stays inside. Rouse can reach it, would load the bases for Entrekin, who's got 2 RBI singles today. This one over to third, looking for the double play. 5-3 as that one squirts past and will actually allow the runner to advance. They will hold him at third. So they do eliminate the lead runner, but it'll be runners at the corners on the fielder's choice.
Now batting
Kinzabaugh reaches over to first, and Rouse reaches on the fielder's choice. Warriors do get a big out there, as that does take away the sac fly. Would expect we'll see Rouse probably try and swipe second. Entrekin at the plate, 2 for 3 with a pair of RBIs today.
Big jump.
And a throw into center field will lead to another run coming in to score. As Kinzabaugh scores, Rouse reaches over to second.
An unlikely mistake there from the middle infield for Norwalk. Looked like they were just looking at the runner, got distracted and missed the ball. That was just not center, dead center from Riley Schmidt, a little to the left, and it goes over the head of both Colton Moore.
Entrekin takes a called strike at the knees, makes it a 1-2 count after swinging and missing at the last pitch. Another big inning for this squad, their third 4-run inning so far in this game. Trying to keep it going as this one lifted into right field, but that's going to be a tough play down the line. And they're going to say foul ball. Just on the near side of that line as we look out into right field.
Thought that one may have hit the line, but just keeps on moving a little bit.
A 1-2 count here. Brunner trying to get out of the inning. Curveball goes down and out of the zone. Entrekin picked up an RBI single off of Brunner last inning. As looking for another base knock, as that one will drop. On the one hop, it will go in for a stand-up RBI double. Third RBI hit of the game for Entrekin. That brings Rouse in for the 14th run of the contest. And Ben Clement will step in. Does have an RBI, but he is the only player that has not reached base or scored a run. Stetson Kane waiting on deck. So another inning where they have brought every hitter to the plate. As Clement sends this one into right field. As a throw home, not in time. And in the process, Clement will get to second on the throw. So an RBI single. Entrekin scores for the second time today. And that'll bring Stetson Kane to the plate for his 5th at-bat. 6 runs plated this inning.
And just like that, if Norwalk is unable to score, once they get out of this top of the 5th and go into the bottom of the 5th, if they can't score there, this game will end early. As Ballard now 10-run lead over the Norwalk Warriors, 15-5. And it really has come from the mentality shift here from these Ballard Bomber hitters. Just attacking Brunner at all sides. You've seen the last couple of hitters all have been hits. The one outlier is Ethan Rouse, who it was because of the fielder's choice did not get to record the hit. But before that, you were looking at almost 7 straight hits.
Schmidt gets a stop behind the plate. Kane started this inning flying out to center field. That's the most runs the Warriors have allowed all season, surpassing 14 that they allowed three times, once to Urbandale, once to Bondurant, and once to Winterset in one of the craziest baseball games we've ever seen in that 14-13 final score against the Huskies. As this one hit high out into left field. Trying to make the play, giving chase. And Wadley comes in, puts the squeeze on it, finally ends the inning. But 6 more runs come in to score. It was 4 in the second, 5 in the fourth, now 6 in the fifth for Ballard. And we will go into the bottom of the fifth. Warriors needing 1 to extend this game at least another inning. We'll take a short break, be right back. Blink and you'll miss it. Don't let your best moments disappear. Savvy's Perspective Photography captures the moments you'll want to hold on to forever. Find them on Facebook or on Instagram at savvies.perspective.photography. Based in Ankeny and serving the surrounding areas, new clients use code SAVVY30 for 30% off your first session. That's SAVVY30. Savvy's Perspective Photography, sports, portraits, and beyond. The Norwalk Athletic Booster Club exists solely for the purpose of supporting our middle and high school athletic programs. The club is a volunteer organization that raises funds through membership, sponsorship, and events to support and enhance Warrior athletics. It's a fun way to be involved, meet other parents, and work together to provide resources for our Warriors. If you're a Warrior fan, consider joining the NABC. If you have some time to give, even better. Talk to Mr. Tobe about volunteering, and as always, show up in the bleachers to support these Warriors. It'll be Wright, Bush, and Selby coming up this inning. Selby had probably the second biggest play of the game for the Warriors on that 3-run RBI single back in the third inning. Warriors trying to generate some late push in this ball game, down 10. As first pitch swinging, Wright grounded over to third. Throw in time for the first out of the inning. A good play made over there by Farmer. Right now, Rouse dealing on the mound. He's in line for the win today after Benedict was knocked from the game early in the fourth inning.
Just got to say, Sid Farmer has thrown on a rope all game there at third. That's the third time. Just a straight liner.
Xavier Bush at the plate. 1 for 2 on the day with a run scored. Swings and foul tips that one back to the net. This one goes out into right field. That'll be a base hit for the center fielder. Second hit of the game for him. And now Selby will come to the plate trying to avoid a game-ending double play. 2 for 2 on the day with 3 RBIs. Got to watch Bush over at first with his speed. Back-to-back balls to begin this at-bat to the first baseman.
Rouse has tried to make Selby try to swing at those and just hasn't been able to. Selby, a very solid, just patient hitter.
The bottom falls out on that curveball. Selby comes up empty on the swing, makes it 2-1. Cale Wadley waiting on deck. 3-1 count now to the first baseman as Wadley trying to get his first hit of the game will come up next. As Selby's able to reach here. This one fouled out of play, runs the count full. Just needed 4 pitches on the first 2 batters. Now the 6th of this at bat to Selby. Gets him looking, and that's a big strikeout. 1 run away from the Mercy Rule win after a big showing offensively for Ballard.
Yeah, Ballard just came out of the gates swinging and then just kept that momentum. They only went scoreless in 2 innings out of the 5 that they hit in. And despite that, have been played very well.
Wadley swinging at the first pitch. He'll single over. And will get by the... That one will get out of play, it looks like. So every runner will get the free advance. And that'll bring Colton Moore up to the plate, a chance to get the Warriors on the board. A first pitch single for Wadley, his first hit of the game. Moore 1 for 2 on the day. And actually, yeah, because they were already safe at the base, the runners advancing does give the Warriors another run, so they avoid the run rule here in the 5th. This one comes inside to Moore. Runner over at third now. So Bush came in to score. Wadley moves over to third. And a 2-0 count now to the shortstop. As Wadley singles back up the middle, and that'll bring another run home. Warriors aren't done yet. Bruner will come back to the plate. Came into pitch back in the top of the 4th. And now is his second trip to the plate. Takes a cut at the first one. And that'll be strike 1 to begin this at bat. Riley Schmidt waiting on deck. Called strike at the knees. Good framing job from Clement, but can't get the call. That one low makes it 2-2. As this one popped up on the infield. And it'll be put away by Miller and send us into the top of the 6th. It's 15-7 in favor of the Bombers when we come back. The lefty on lefty matchup here in the top of the inning.
New pitcher for Norwalk, Noah Fagan, number 14.
He matches up with Jake Clement, who's had an absolutely phenomenal game here in this one.
2 singles and a walk, 2 runs scoring. And then we'll just forget about the first inning where he flew out.
Yeah, his reach base has lost 4 trips to the plate, 5th time through the order for this team. Sid Farmer waiting on deck, who's had 2 big hits into the outfield, as this one grounded over to first. A 3 unassisted. Farmer's last 2 trips to the plate, doubled off the wall in left, and then a ground rule double into right. 3 total RBIs and 2 runs scored as well. It's a called strike on the outside corner. As reaches base again, as he's going to have his 3rd double of the contest. That'll bring Bryce Miller to the plate. Also doubled and scored his last time up. So Sid Farmer, quite the night. 3 RBIs, 3 for 4 at the plate with 3 extra base hits.
A 3-for-3 combo right there. And just goes to show you how well this Ballard team has been hitting. Showing it right there, just attacking these last 2 pitchers. Now Noah Fagan, it was Benton Bruner.
That pitch gets the outside corner. Miller 1 for 4 officially on the day. Pair of flyouts to start the day, then his reach base last 2 times, one of those on an error. Adams waiting on deck. As Miller fouls this one on, it almost takes Adams' head off in the process. Do want to give a shout out. Nolan Adams picked up his first hit of the season his last time through. Got an RBI in the process as well. Curveball curves too far inside. Miller does have the pop in the bat. 7 home runs on the season. As this one flied into right field, foul. It'll go out of play. Still a 2-2 count. Farmer standing at second, Miller at the plate, the 2-2. Outside. As Miller sends this one into center field deep. Bush had the beat on it. I think that ball kind of carried a little bit. It looked like it was just going to be a normal pop-up, but got some good distance to it.
Yeah, you could see Bush there in center field just started to dance, do the tango a little bit, moving left, right, up, down, trying to find where the ball was officially going to land, and eventually got under it and put the squeeze on it nice and easy.
Adams comes to the plate. Warriors trying to get out of the inning. Two 2-0 count to start to Adams. Now serving officially as the DH after Rouse moved from DH to pitcher. This one goes into the backstop on the wild pitch. That'll advance the runner 90 feet. And Farmer will stand at third. 3-0 count now to Adams. As Adams will reach again. I'd like to point out before today, Nolan Adams did not have an official at bat for weeks. His was 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts and 1 walk. Today, he's got an RBI single and 2 walks and a run scored. Runners at the corners for Kinzenbaugh, who's also had himself quite a day, reached base every time to the plate and scored a pair of runs. That one evens the count up 1-1.
2 for 2 on the night for Evan Kinzenbaugh. 2 singles, 2 walks, and has got around twice, both times off of his singles.
Lefty-lefty matchup going in Fagan's way so far. Warriors trying to get off the field. This one a jammed pitch and drifting over. Howe puts the squeeze on it. No runs scored, and that will send us into the bottom of the 6th. Warriors trying to work their way back in, down 8, down to 6 outs left in the contest. Riley Schmidt started out with a strike, make it 2 to begin this at bat. Schmidt has been a bright spot for the Warriors today, punctuated that first inning with the home run. Hits this one over to the second baseman, ate him up for a second. A good throw over gets the out. First time they've set Schmidt down.
Almost got that one there, as it was almost baffled, almost bobbled by Ben Clement, who didn't get a clean pickup there. and then was able to fire down to first. If he was anywhere else but second base, that would have been very much a single.
Stevens takes a breaking pitch in for strike one. This one comes inside. Siemens 2 for 2 on the day with an RBI and a run scored. Hits this one over to third.
Oh, what a scoop.
And that is going to be an error. So Siemens reaches for the fourth time today. And Brady Wilkening will come to the plate. Warriors trying to draw up some offense late in the contest. They scored runs 4 times in 5 innings.
The great migration above us as every bird in the county starts to fly over.
Hey, at least they're not vultures like it is over at the football field.
That's what I thought they were.
Holy cow, it might be every bird in the county. Over 30.
It's so nice that you got your glasses so you can count.
Oh, that was just a rough estimate. If I can count that fast, I wouldn't be here.
Foul.
I'm going to language arts, not math.
Foul ball down the first base line. Makes it 0-2.
You're close. It's 35.
Official count, 35 birds.
I don't think that's official nothing. Maybe runs scored today, but
Even then, that's only 22.
runner over at first, an 0-2 count. That one high and outside to Wilkening. Wilkening reached on an error back in the first inning, has gone 0 for 2 since. This one hit over to third. 5, 4, 3, double play to do it here in the 6th. So we'll go into the 7th and final inning of game number 1 right after this. A 1-0 count to start here in the top of the 7th inning. It's Rouse, Entrican, and Clement. As Fagan hoping for a 1-2-3 after putting up a 0 on the board the last inning. Gets that call in the outside corner.
Used that breaking ball very well in these last 2 pitches. Went inside, and then that one went out. That one a little bit way too far out.
Last inning, Fagan gave up the double to Farmer and a walk to Benedict, but no runs scored. This one on the ground, foul. Keeps it a 2-2 count. 7, 8, 9, and then the Warriors will bring up 6, 7, 8 on their side. Trying to mount a late comeback. That'll be a full count now. And that will be a walk to the pitcher, Rouse. That'll bring Entrikin back to the plate again. 3 for 4 on the day with 3 RBIs as a courtesy runner. It will be Askelson, who we haven't seen since the first inning when he courtesy ran for Benedict. Came around to score the first run of the game for Ballard. That pitch outside. Ball 1 to the left fielder. This one hit out into right field, and that will be put away for the first out of the inning. As Wilkening had a bead on it. Ben Clement comes back to the plate. Pair of RBIs today. Singled one in his last time up. What's really crazy is all the balls we've seen put in play today, that last double play turned by the Bombers is the only one that we've seen in this one. As this one ripped foul. A very loud strike 1. Swings and misses at pitch number 2 for strike number 2. Clement did strike out to end the 4th. That was the last strikeout victim put away by the Warriors, as this one also ripped foul. He's just a little bit ahead of these pitches. I think both Bruner and Hans both pitch a bit faster than Fagan, so he's just a bit ahead on some of these pitches from the sophomore.
Still the only Bomber that has not scored. Did get an RBI there in the 6th. In the 5th, I should say.
Schmidt with another strong play behind the plate. That one runs outside. Stetson Kane at the top of the order waiting on deck. Barring a double play here, Kane will have his 6th at-bat of the game in 7 innings. And a call at the knees got the inside corner. Fagan picks up his 6th strikeout of the season. And Kane, who's reached twice and scored a run, but is officially 0 for 3 on the day. Might be really one of the only players that you could say has, quote, struggled in this game as much as you can when you've reached base twice and scored. Yeah, I'll give it to Clement. He's got 2 RBIs, and he's got a hit. 1-1 count here to the leadoff hitter. Make it 2-1 now. Is Fagan working that outside part of the plate? Not really working across his body much in this inning. This one will be singled out into left field. And Kane gets his first hit of the game.
Broadcaster's curse works in favor again.
That'll bring Jake Clement back to the plate. Pair of singles in this one. Three total RBIs.
Now, if my math serving me right, everybody on this team has a hit for Ballard, with Stenson Kane being the only one that did not have it yet.
15 total for the game. Two teams have combined for 22 runs, 26 hits, and 4 errors. And no one count as that one was fouled off. This one hit over to short. Moore, throw over to first, not in time. And a dangerous play there with the opportunity for that one to squirt past. And that'll bring Sid Farmer back to the plate, who may have been the best hitter on either side this game.
Yeah, 3 straight doubles on the night. One being a ground roll double. Actually, I think 2 were a ground roll double. 1 to center and 1 to right field.
Jackson Hunt, pinch running over at first. Farmers missed a home run by maybe a combined 10 feet today, as he's hit 2 doubles off the wall. Well, 1 off the wall and 1 that one-hopped over the wall. A 1-1 count faced here. 3 total RBIs for the game. 6 time to the plate. A 3-1 count here. A walk would bring in another run and bring Bryce Miller to the plate with the bases loaded. That's exactly what will happen. That'll go as another RBI. I guess an RWI?
Now batting number 11, Bryce Miller.
So Rouse comes in to score his 3rd run of the game. Excuse me, that was Askelson that was running for him. He scores his 2nd run of the game. And there'll be another courtesy runner. Nick Birds comes in to run at first. And the bases are loaded now for the cleanup hitter, Bryce Miller. This one ripped right at short. Throw over to third. And it'll be your very classic you see all the time, 6-5 ground out. As the Warriors get out of the inning, they allow 1 more to reach, but strand 2. Last chance for Norwalk. 6, 7, 8. Wright, Bush, and Selby coming up. Second baseman Kenyon Wright steps in. 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored so far in this one. First pitch in from Rouse is a strike. Rouse looking for the win today, as this one grounds foul. And in almost any other game, the Warriors would be in line for the win when you put up 7 runs and 11 hits. But this Ballard offense has just been clicking on all cylinders and have torched this pitching unit.
Very rarely do you see a team lead by 9 with only 4 more hits. Just shows you how effective this team was at getting on base, being patient.
Throw over to first in time for the first out of the inning on a 5-3 ground out. And that'll bring up Xavier Bush. 2 singles in 3 trips to the plate and a pair of runs scored. Keelan Selby waiting on deck. Good pitch from Rouse to begin the at-bat. In there for a strike. Follows that up with a ball inside and low. As this is going to be an extra base hit. That is called back due to being foul. Very close one down that right field line. Makes it a 1-2 count now to the center fielder. Selby on deck if either Bush or Selby can reach. Wadley waiting in that number 9 spot. Another good pitch. Fought off. That one low makes it a 2-2. And that is a 2-2 count, not the dance material. This one grounded over to third. Tough dig over at first. Miller can't come up with it. As Bush will reach on the error. Had to rush that throw due to the speed from the batter. So Selby will come back to the plate 2 for 3 with 3 RBIs on the day. And if not for the play of Riley Schmidt, would probably be in line for player of the game.
Yeah, without the home run, it would be a 3-way tie.
Looking for a double play here, end of the 6th with one, and they will finish off the ball game with one as well. As the Warriors come up short 16-7, the final in game 1. A monster game for this offense for Ballard. The most runs the Warriors have allowed all season. On the other side for Norwalk, I think Riley Schmidt, our player of the game, 2 for 3 with a walk and a run scored, and also had, of course, the huge home run back in the first inning, the first on this field for Norwalk.
Yeah, 2 for 3 home run, single RBI run, and a walk. And then you can't forget about his performance on defense. He had that pick off due to the coming off of the slide at second. Riley Schmidt playing out of his mind today. Just a little bit short as the Warriors fall 16-7 against Ballard in game 1. Don't go anywhere, though, because we will have more coverage for game 2 right here on Part of My French Media. back here on Part of My French Media, ready, set for Game 2 between the Norwalk Warriors and the Ballard Bombers. In Game 1, it was all Ballard for most of it. It was a 16-7 victory. Now here in Game 2, the Norwalk Warriors trying to get a better result. We'll bring you the lineups here. The starting batting lineup for Ballard, it's a lot different. Stetson Kane, Jake Clement, Evan Kinzabow, Bryce Miller cleaning things up, Ethan Rouse, as Stetson Kane tries to get a bunt down, but hits off of himself in foul territory. So an 0-1 count. Ben Clement, Evan Entrikin, and Michael Weichman and Landon Askelson rounding out the rest of the lineup. A big change here for Game 2 for the Bombers.
Yeah, we do see the change. Sid Farmer not in the opening lineup for this game after a monster game in Game 1 with 3 doubles. An interesting decision there from Kane to have him come out, try and lay a bunt down, catch the defense, napping. We've seen already his speed stole a base in Game 1. 21 steals on the year, has not been thrown out. And, just did not get a good bunt down. And he probably had arguably the worst game in Game 1, which is saying something because every single player on this team came out and just teed off. Every single player with at least 1 hit, and everyone except Ben Clement with a run scored, and he still had 2 RBIs.
Yeah, he did. That one just a bit outside for the starting pitcher for the Warriors. It's number 15, Josh Snyder.
Yeah, Snyder kind of been the ace of this team. Sub-2 ERA this year. This is 6th start of the season, just a junior, so still a lot of growth opportunity.
As that one is hit and got by Snyder, throws down to first to get out number 1, a 1-3 grounder to start things off here for this Warrior defense.
Let's see if Snyder can kind of, settle the nerves a little bit. The Warriors got that 2-0 win on Tuesday against Roosevelt, but the last 2 games have been disastrous pitching-wise. A combined 28 runs allowed, 12-0 loss, and the no-hitter thrown by Roosevelt in Game 2, and then obviously that 16-7 game we saw earlier tonight.
The 0-0 to Jake Clement goes in, swing and a miss to bring up an 0-1 count, 1 down for the Bombers.
And an interesting switch, the 2 Clement boys is Jake going from catcher to second, and Ben doing the opposite, going from second to catcher.
As that's another swing and a miss for Jake Clement, the older of the 2 Clement brothers, separated by a year. Jake Clement, just a sophomore, and his brother, Ben Clement, a freshman.
And Jake has had an absolutely phenomenal sophomore season, fouling this one off, but 3 home runs. He's had a batting average around 300 all year. And one of the crazy things is, I talked about this a little bit in Game 1, a catcher stole his 20th base of the season, primarily a catcher, but obviously we see here that he can play on the infield as well.
So an 0-2 count now to Jake. And swing and a miss, strike 3. Gets out number 2. Josh Snyder working through the first 2 batters. Nice and easy. And Jake Clement has such a powerful swing that it looked like that one he actually had taken foul again in back-to-back hits. But no, just got over it to make it 2 outs now as it brings up Evan Kinzabaugh. That one inside for Kinzabaugh. Has to duck out of the way and just out of the glove of Kenyon Wright. Looking at the outfield and infield for the Warriors. No change except for Kenyon Wright playing catcher. Everything else has stayed the same with a different pitcher. As that one finds the outside edge for the lefty.
We do have Ashton Hans at second now with
Ashton
Wright
Hans
moving to catcher.
Thank you.
But kind of their everyday second baseman when he's not on the mound.
Now a 1-1 count for Kinzenbaugh. Catches the outside edge again. Snyder does. 1-2 count now with 2 outs. Has really opened up this zone early. Snyder now looking up in the count. 1-2, 2 outs. Delivers. It's a chop hit, but it's going to fall in between second and right field. Too far for Ashton Hans to get to and too short for the right fielder, Brady Wilkening, to get to as well. So a nice dropper there for Kinzenbaugh as he gets on for the first hit of the night for the Bombers.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things is that both kind of thought I think the other one was going to get to it, so it kind of came up short. And, give up the single. Don't allow a potential big hit or a misplay that could bounce past for extra bases. Get the single, go out to the next batter.
That was one of the things we saw in game one. A lot of the outfield and some of the infield, when the ball went into the outfield, try to make a spectacular catch, and it was just too much. They got under the ball, and the ball would roll away and allow for extra bases. Now Snyder gets that one underneath the bat of Bryce Miller, who swings and a miss to make it an 0-1 count with 2 outs and a runner on.
Miller, a lot of power in that bat. We talked in game one, leads both teams in home runs, and just has had the opportunity to put big fly after big fly on the board, but also has the ability to put the ball in play. Other areas had some beautiful hits.
Runner goes, but that one will be fouled away by Bryce Miller on the 0-2 count. So Kinzenbaugh will have to go back to first for Miller, who's looking at an 0-2 count now, trying to move his runner along and keep the first inning going. In last game, the first inning was one of the rare spots that Ballard did not score. They only did not score in 3 of the 7 innings. In all the other innings, they did get at least 1 run and at least 2, to be specific. But here, Norwalk defense trying to make it another scoreless inning to start out a game. Has that one hit into center, but it's going to get the squeeze on by the center fielder, Xavier Bush. So scoreless after the top of the first is this game. Norwalk will come up to bat to start things off in the bottom of the first. Back here for the bottom of the first. The pitcher for Ballard is going to be Evan Entrikin as he faces Colton Moore and gets a ball. Anthony's called a strike to make it an 0-1 count. So the 0-1 now. Hit hard and fouled away. Out of play for Colton Moore. This lineup for the Warriors, a little different, but the gist is the same. It's Colton Moore, Ashton Hans, Riley Schmidt at the 1-2-3. And then Brady Wilkening will be the cleanup hitter in this game as Kenyon Wright hits 5, Xavier Bush 6, Keelan Selby 7, Cale Wadley 8, and Jackson Howe 9, with Josh Snyder, the pitcher, not hitting, as that's a swing and a miss, strike 3 for Colton Moore to be the first out of the inning for the Warriors, bringing up Ashton Hans. So Entrikin getting to work quickly. That one finds the outside edge on the lefty Hans. Makes it an 0-1 count. One gone, the 0-1 count. Kick fires just a bit outside on that one to tie up the count. Put aces on the board. 1 out, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Entrekin this year hasn't gotten a lot of run time on the mound, but been very effective when out there. In just 11 innings pitched, but batters just hitting 167 against him.
That one hit into center field, but squeezed on by number 5, Stetson Kane. To be 2 quick outs there. So now up the DH, Riley Schmidt, number 12. Caught in game 1. This time getting a little bit of a break, just DHing in this contest.
Yeah, and with him at DH, Jackson Howe over at third. They're going to be without Owen Siemens, at least to start this game, unless he were to come in and pinch hit. But giving him a little bit of a break tonight.
Big swing and a miss there by Riley Schmidt. A healthy cut, but just couldn't get on it. So now an 0-1 count for him. With 2 gone, the kick fire just low on Schmidt, bringing up a 1-1 count. That one fouled away and almost out of play, but hits the back net, so it does dead ball, making a 1-2 count now for Schmidt. Schmidt, who had the first home run on this field and the first home run and his second home run of the game, of his season, I should say, and only the second home run hit by a Warrior this year in game 1, and then follow that up with some great hitting and defensive skills. Fouled that one down the third base line, makes it a 1-2 count now. So staying alive is Schmidt. Schmidt trying to match his productivity from game 1 on the bat, and does so there. Hits up the gut, favoring the shortstop side, as it is a single to start things off, and that will be the first hit by a Warrior in this game too. As it brings up the cleanup hitter, Brady Wilkening, the right fielder, coming in, trying to move his base runner around the horn.
Wilkening's had his struggles at times at the plate, but has had some really clutch hits this year for the Warriors. Still very early on in this game, but as we saw in game 1, these bats can get going in a hurry for both squads.
And that ball gets around, and he's going to keep going. Great base running awareness from Riley Schmidt as the pitcher Entrikin threw down to first to keep him honest, and the ball gets away from the first baseman. So Schmidt proceeds to go to second and saw, along with his third base coach, that the ball got away from the person trying to get the ball and rounded second and got up to third. So now a runner just 90 feet away in scoring position for Brady Wilkening. On a clean count, 0-0. That one inside, called strike 1.
Playing a little bit of chicken over at third as well, as he was kind of starting to go down that baseline a little bit, seeing if he can make Entrikin make another mistake.
Dancing is Schmidt, the 0-1. That one nails Brady Wilkening right in the leg.
And there's the mistake.
So a free base there for Wilkening to get on to first off of the hit by pitch. So runners on the corner now as Kenyon Wright will come up to bat. It was the Warriors who scored first in game 1. But then Ballard proceeded to respond and then some. The Warriors trying to get on the board first again, but then keep it this time.
Kenyon Wright, an extremely patient hitter, only hitting 270. I say only as that is a pretty solid batting average, but an on-base percentage of 467 this year. He has been absolutely phenomenal. 18 walks on the year.
Patient there as he watches the first one, gets out of the way so he doesn't get hit. Brings up a 1-0 count. 2 outs now. The kick fire. That one up high from Entrikin to make it a 2-0 count.
And I really think Entrikin is struggling dealing with out of the corner of his eye, seeing Schmidt dance back and forth on the base paths. Since he reached base, Entrikin has had a lot of struggles. And I don't know. I think he really wants to get Schmidt out to make a point. But an error and now a walk. Or hit by pitch, I guess. But
And they're through down to third, trying to keep Schmidt honest, but it was a bit of a high throw. So good on his third baseman. As that one, another pitch inside. The third straight ball to Kenyon Wright. He's seen 3 pitches and hasn't lifted the bat off his shoulders. All 3 have come in for a ball. So 3-0 count, 2 outs. If Wright walks it, fills up the bases. And that one at the knees, strike 1.
yeah, close call on that one, but caught enough of the zone above that knee line to get the call.
So 3-1 count, though, still in favor of Kenyon Wright at the plate with the bat. This one fired. That one's going to be outside, so fills up the bases. Wilkening heads to second. Schmidt still at third, and Wright will be at first as Xavier Bush will come on with bases loaded. Xavier Bush, who had a very solid game 1, 2 singles, scored twice, and then got on for a third time. So with 2 outs, bases loaded, Entrikin has really struggled since Riley Schmidt got on. That one down the middle, just a bit late there for Xavier Bush.
Looks like a courtesy runner over at first. Can't quite see the number.
On 0-1 count for Xavier Bush. The kick fire hit on that one, lost up into the air, but going to be squeezed on by the right fielder, Michael Weichman. So Entrikin gets out of danger, and after 1, it's scoreless here at Norwalk. Back here for the tap of the second, Josh Schneider now facing 5, 6, and 7 of the Ballard lineup. Ethan Rouse watches pitch number 1. First strike, he goes on the outside, called. So 0-1 count now for Ethan Rouse. If the ball would have stayed in, would have shown bunt, but quickly pulled it back. A mere essence of a shown bunt there, as it's now a 1-1 count. The 1-1. Just too low. Makes it a 2-1 count now for Josh Snyder.
Rouse picked up the win in game 1 as well tonight after coming in relief of Benedict. Pitched extremely well. I believe only gave up 1 or 2 runs in 4+ innings of work.
That one fouled away by Ethan Rouse, so makes it a 2-2 count. Went down the third base line, but just couldn't straighten out. That one just too low again, below the kneecaps there. Fills up the count. So 3-2 now. No outs here in the top of the second.
Only the 5th batter that's come to the plate for Ballard in this one, but they've made every single one of them work at least 5 pitches in every at-bat so far.
That one from Colton Moore down to first, just a bit late, and then the dig out of the turf flings the ball into the backstop. But there was Kenyon Wright to back it up, so Ethan Rouse does not move around the bases and stays there at first.
Yeah, and I would give that an infield single. He was able to dig and reach there even with a clean throw. I think he still beats it out.
I agree. Ethan Rouse. Everybody on this Ballard team has shown that they have speed. Even their catcher, or now second baseman, but who caught in the first inning or first game, Jake Clement, has a lot of speed.
Really their entire defense up the middle because Ben Clement, 12 steals, Kinzenbaugh with 13, all 4 of their catcher, middle infielders.
Oh, and I thought they got him trying to appeal to the home plate ump, but we'll go with what his backfield ump did. Josh Snyder throwing down to first, thought they got the pickoff, and everybody in purple and white agreed with them there, but no call there. So everybody's still safe. A clean count. Show bump, but goes through. So an 0-1 count there.
Yeah, good pitch on that outside corner, keeping it away from the bunt, or at least make it a little bit tougher, but catching enough of that zone to get a call.
Trying to throw down again. Ethan Rouse getting a couple of big leads here. And Snyder and company making sure he stays honest. That one outside to Ben Clement, the younger brother, freshman of the Clement duo, taking catching responsibilities here in game 2. Now with a 1-1 count, that one goes inside, strike 2. So a 1-2 count now. Still no outs, runner on at first, Ethan Rouse. And that one just outside. Ties up the count, makes it 2-2. The opposing pitcher against Norwalk, Evan Enterkin, on deck. Another fire down, and they have just been testing Ethan Rouse. Josh Snyder about like the 5th or 6th throw down to first, and still in a competitive count. That one hits Ben Clement. One of the issues when you consistently throw down and check down to the runners on the bases, it throws off your pitching game to the hitter, and that one there is a prime example as Ben Clement will get a free base off of the hit by pitch.
And this is where we saw things start to kind of come together for the Bombers in the first game. You get someone on base, you start causing some havoc, and it was Hans starting to struggle a little bit in the second inning, game 1, and now we're seeing Snyder start to get a little loose with his control. A good pitch to back that one up, but Entrekin an opportunity to help himself out here in the top of the second.
Entrekin show bunt. Tried to pull it back, but still a strike throw. Shows bunt again. Hits. Misses the ball, but does get the strike called. So an 0-2 count quickly on the opposite pitcher. So 2 runners on. 1 in scoring position at second. That's Ethan Rouse. The 0-2. Just too low and a bit outside for Entrekin, and the other runner, Ben Clement, at first off of the hit by pitch. Some early 4th of July celebration in the background. Fireworks exploding here in Norwalk, Iowa, as the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, a nasty curve from Josh Schneider.
Yeah, that's probably one of the best pitches we've seen all night. Put it in a perfect spot. Thought it was going to come up maybe as a high fastball, but that late break couldn't lay off it and picks up a big strikeout with 2 on.
A great pitch to show the other pitcher what's up. Now it's Michael Weichman, the right fielder, up to hit. Still 2 runners on now with an out. Goes back to the curveball, but that one doesn't break quick enough. It was also a little low, so a 1-0 count for Weichman.
First time we've seen Weichman at the plate. He was the flex player in Game 1. Neither team using their pitcher as a flex player in either game.
That one just too low, so now a 2-0 count. Quickly here as Weichman gets up in it. So 2-0, and that one just low again, loses it. A good fake and gets the out at third. They'll lie and say it was designed, but definitely a happy accident there as the catcher for Norwalk, Kenyon Wright, just doesn't get the 3-0 drop ball cleanly. And Ethan Rouse at second gets a bit ambitious, goes to third, and quickly gets tagged out. So now with 2 outs, it did allow for Ben Clement to advance to second. And they'll get back in the same position as it was a 3-0 count. Michael Weichman will walk. And so it'll be runners on second and first again. But this time it's Ben Clement at second, Michael Weichman at first, as Ethan Rouse got thrown out at third. So 2 outs as the 9th spot hitter, Landon Ackelson, will come up.
Yeah, I think the big difference is picking up that second out. It really changes how you approach. You can be a little bit more aggressive now, knowing that they don't have the ability to put a sac bunt down.
That one hitting out. Colton Moore, the quick dish to Ashton Hans at second, will end the inning. It was an 0-1 count. Landon Askelson hits off of the 0-1 down the center. Colton Moore, quick pitch to Ashton Hans at second, and will end the top of the second scoreless. As we go to the bottom of the second, it's still 0-0. Back here for the bottom of the second on part of my French media here in Norwalk, Iowa. The game is scoreless at 0 apiece. As in comes Keelan Selby, 7, 8, 9. Round out the order for Norwalk as Keelan Selby will take the first pitch into the gut as he will advance to first.
That is the third hit batter we've seen so far in this game. There's been one in 3 of the 4 half innings.
It was Brady Wilkening in the first inning for Norwalk, and then Ben Clement got hit in the second inning for Ballard, and then here in the bottom of the second, Keelan Selby for Norwalk gets hit as it brings up Cale Wadley, the 8th-spot hitter.
And Entrikin has a lot of good and a lot of bad to his pitching. In 11 innings pitched coming in today, was averaging almost 2 strikeouts per inning, but at the same time was also walking or hitting a batter every inning. That is the 6th batter he's hit this year with the 2 today.
Shows bunt, gets it down, a very good bunt. Can't beat the throw, but will do his job and advance the runner. So Keelan Selby will be up standing at second, but Cale Wadley will be thrown down half first.
And if I'm Jackson Howe here, you haven't seen a lot of action at the plate this year. Just his 5th official at bat, barring a walk. But, you're looking for something that you can drive to the outfield, try and get up in the air, get that runner over to third at the very least. Obviously, you want something you can put in the outfield for a base hit and try and bring that run home. But you just want to put the ball in play and at least get that runner to third for the top of the order.
So now a runner at second in scoring position for Jackson Howe as he watches the first one go almost over his head. Brings up a 1-0 count. A long stare down for Entrikin. Finally gets set. Keeps looking there. At second to Selby. Fires. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Strike 1 for Jackson Howe. So a 1-1 count with 1 out. A runner on. 4 of a kind here on the bases. That one, a good snag from Ben Clement at catcher as that one almost goes over the head of both catcher and hitter. 2-1 count now with 1 gone. Entrikin working. Looks, lifts, fires. That one low, makes it a 3-1 count.
A walk here would be huge for the Warriors. Put 2 runners on, get the top of the order back up with someone in scoring position as well, and 2 fairly fast runners in Howe and Selby.
When Howe isn't batting or playing in the infield, he usually is the pinch runner, as that one will go inside and he will walk. So just as you predicted or said, now 2 runners on as we head to the top of the order. Colton Moore now struck out in his first time up, trying to do better now with 2 runners on. An RBI here would be great for the morale and just overall effectiveness of this team.
Went 2 for 3 in the first game with an RBI.
Entrikin looks at second, fires in a foul ball. A very odd placement there off of the bat. Very high up. It looked like it hit after he had swung. It was off of the recoil of the bat. Colton Moore swung way early, but still made contact for a foul ball. So an 0-1 count now with 1 out, 2 runners on, a runner in scoring position out of Keelan Selby. Strike called there, 1-1 count now. Both runners have made it off of a walk. Keelan Selby walked because he got hit by a pitch, and Jackson Howe walked on balls. 0-2 count now. Hit up high. Entrikin and first base calling each other off and finally snagged by the first baseman. Number 8, Landon Askelson.
I know it's a different monster when you're in high school baseball because of the fact that all your pitchers are usually everyday fielders too. But I know that when you get to the higher levels, you're taught leave it to the fielder. Back off, and Askelson taking charge there, making the call in a really good spot, trying to put that one away.
So now Norwalk down to 1 out with 2 gone. It's Ashton Hans. Thought about it, but watched it go by, and it's called a strike, so 0-1 count now. Hans flew out to center in his first at-bat. Lifts, fires that one up high.
Hans got roughed up on the mound, giving up 9 total runs in Game 1, getting saddled with the loss in the process. With Brunner coming in to pitch for him, did not get any more at-bats as well. Just hitting his first 2, going 0 for 2 in the process.
Swing and a miss, strike 2.
Took a big cut at that one, and coming up empty. But if he'd made contact with that one would probably still be flying.
And the Warriors would have liked it there with 2 runners on. Now the 1-2. No, they're swinging a miss. That's strike 3. It will end the inning there. Ashton Hans goes down swinging. The second strikeout for Evan Entrikin. And after 2, it's scoreless here in Norwalk. We'll be back for the top of the 3rd. Back here for the top of the 3rd, it's Josh Snyder firing for Norwalk. Through 2 innings, he threw 38 pitches and has gone scoreless. That one called strike on the outside edge to the righty hitter. It's back to the top of the order. It's 1-2-3, hitting guaranteedly for the Bombers of Ballard. Stenson Kane up. Grounded out in his first time up. Hit to the pitcher, and Snyder fired down to 3rd to get the first out in the first inning. Now here in a 1-1 count against Kane in the 3rd. Fires, and that one fouled away down the third base line. Just chopped it.
Looked like a 2-seam fastball. Some late break from Snyder on that one. Jammed the hitter and did a great job just trying to turn on it. But overall, a beautiful pitch from Snyder.
The 1-2 just outside. So a 2-2 count now.
And they've been making Snyder work. A lot of the time you see that kind of more patience in the second time through the order. But in the first 9 hitters that come to the plate, all but one saw at least 4
that
pitches.
One fired down the third base line, and what a snag! Down left field.
Cale Wadley, he's made a couple of very nice plays out there here tonight in both games.
back shoulder grab just put the glove up Sandlot style, and it found its way in. So a fly out to left field for out number 1. As it brings up Jack Clement, and he will get smacked, but they're going to send him. They're going to say he pulled back in time.
That's a tough one because he was offering the entire time, but a scary play like that, yeah, he's going to go to first, and that is our 4th hit batter of the game.
And it's the second Clement to get hit in this game. First, it was his brother Ben in the second, and now here in the third, Jay Clement will walk off of some extracurricular. Now up is Evan Kinzenbaugh. And the runner will go. And a poor throw from Keelan Selby. They would have had Jay Clement dead to right at second, but a poor throw as Clement does a good job to take up all of the base path and protrude the throw.
Snyder has such a good pickoff move, especially for a right-handed. They're the fast twitch, and he had Clement dead to rights on that one. Had a beautiful move over there, and he thought he was going with the pitch.
That one hit right back to the pitcher, but couldn't get the glove on. Clement will stay up at third as Kinzenbaugh will be standing at first.
Did a great job just sending that right back where it came from. First pitch swinging, got aggressive. Saw 4 pitches in the first at-bat, got the head off him. Now it reaches base for the second straight time.
Up now is Bryce Miller with 2 runners on. 1 runner in scoring position just 90 feet away at third. That's Jay Clement. Then at first, the other runner is Evan Kinzenbaugh, who reached on a single. Showing bunt right there. And not something you see all the time, throwing down to first with a runner at third. But he trusts his first baseman, Keelan Selby, that if things got tough to throw down to catcher at home and get the out there.
Kinzenbaugh is a base-stealing threat. All 4 of their top normal hitters are all threats on the base lines. You got to keep an eye on anyone on this team, really.
Miller would have shown bunt. But Kinzenbaugh will head to second as Kenyon Wright stood up and made sure that Jake Clement stayed at third, but it allowed for Kinzenbaugh to get to second. A 1-0 count now as Miller pulled back quick enough as the ball went low. Kicks, fires. That one down the middle for a strike. 1-1 count now with 1 out and 2 runners in scoring position now here at second and third.
Another pitch with a late break back to that inside. A good 2-seamer from Snyder. Now working out of the windup. See if he can get a little bit more comfortable.
That one hit. Will fire to first. Get the out. So Bryce Miller will go, but not before Jake Clement can come in to score. So it's an RBI ground out sacrifice for Bryce Miller.
And it's really disappointing now to have that, especially with him would have been erasing that run if not for the error.
So a runner on third now. 2 outs as Ethan Rouse comes up. So 1-0 as that one goes outside. That one, swing and a miss. Tried to check it, but went through was Ethan Rouse.
Yeah, I think he got fooled again on the late break.
That one hit up, foul, and will go out of play. Make it a 1-2 count. With 2 gone, here in the top of the third. So runner just 90 feet away, but Snyder trying to get out of this one with no more damage. Wind up pitch. That one just outside. Tried to open up the zone, get the outside edge on the righty hitter, but couldn't get it to go. So 2-2 count now. That one up high, fills it up, 3-2.
Trying to avoid losing him after getting up 2-1 in the count. Need his best pitch right here, trying to get out of the inning and limit this damage.
Kicks, fires, and that one down the line. Jackson Howe.
No, I would give him an infield single on that one. He was trying to rush the throw, but a high chopper like that over to the hot corner was not going to throw out a fast runner like Rouse.
I completely missed it. I immediately turned my head and just saw the ball on the ground. Looks like he rushed it. Didn't get out of his hand cleanly. Either way, Rouse with his speed would have most likely still been standing. So a single for him as it brings in another run. Another fire down. I wouldn't say Josh Snyder likes to check down the runners more than he does to actually pitch to him. That's a swing and a miss. Strike one on Ben Clement. Got hit by a pitch and stranded at second in the second inning. Now in a 1-0 count, 0-1 count with 2 outs and a runner on. Ethan Rouse, one at first. That one gets away from right and will just eat it as Ethan Rouse will be up at second. So a 1-1 count now as Wright will have a talk with his pitcher. With a 1-1 count, what would you like to see here?
You know, he's had some good action on those two seams, but at the same time, the last couple have been struggling to find the zone. I'm just looking for something that I can get in the strike zone, settle myself back down. If they make a pitch or hit on it, great for them. If not, great pitch, fastball right at the knees.
So a 1-2 count now, as like you said, that one finds the knees of Ben Clement. So a 1-2 count with 2 outs. The pitch, it's going to be a chopper. And he picked it up fair. Had he left it, it would have rolled foul. A mistake there from Josh Snyder as it allows for Rouse to get to third and Ben Clement to be up at first.
Yeah, there's been some tough decisions that have been made by this defense. We started with the error that allowed the elder Clement to get all the way to third and eventually come around to score. But, man, it has been a tough day fielding for Norwalk.
So now up Evan Enchikin, the opposing pitcher, trying to help his cause even more. Up 2 with 2 outs. Fouled at Bex. Just barely got a tip of it.
Had it timed perfectly, but just underneath it a little bit. Has he been a little bit more on, probably rips that into left field for an extra base hit.
So 0-1 now after the foul tip. Runner 90 feet away. And then a runner at first. Tried to get the pick off at first again. Josh Snyder trusts himself and his first baseman enough to throw down the first baseman despite having a runner at third. Second time this inning. Will kick fire. That one will low. And Kenyon Wright will do the wise decision and eat it and allow Ben Clement to get to second. Because if he throws down, it'll be all but likely that Ethan Rouse will go in to score. And trying to keep this game as knotted as they can as that one is ripped into right field, but will loft it up and easily squeezed on by Brady Wilkening. So a rough inning there for the Warriors and Josh Snyder as it allows 2 But as we head to the bottom of the third, it's going to be Norwalk trying to tie things back up here on Part of My French Media. Back here for the bottom of the third on Part of My French Media. It's 2-0 in favor of the Ballard Bombers. But that happened in the top of the third. Now here in the bottom of the third, it's Norwalk 3-4-5 trying to right the ship.
And if there's any player to get it started, it's been Riley Schmidt in this doubleheader. Got all the way to third last time. Had the home run and a run or a RBI and a run scored in the first game, going 2 for 3 at the plate plus a walk.
So a 1-0 count now for Riley Schmidt. Watches that one go high, makes it a 2-0 count now here early. Hentrikin fires. That one catches the inside zone. Two-one count. The movement catches Riley Schmidt off guard. Thought it was going to hit him, but stayed in the zone. So 2-1 count. That one looks like it goes to the exact same place, but a bit more inside than the last one. So a 3-1 count. Here now. And that one goes high, so Riley Schmidt is walking.
Right now, the way it's looking, Riley Schmidt might be player of the game for both games. Been absolutely phenomenal at the plate and made play after play defensively in game one as well.
Second time on base is Riley Schmidt now here in the third. Up now, Brady Wilkening got hit by a pitch and was eventually stranded at second in inning number one here in the third, trying to move his runner along. That's one thing you got to watch out for if you are the Norwalk base runners, especially at first. Evan Entrikin is a lefty, so has the vision right there to watch you at first to throw down. That one finds the zone. 0-1 count here now on Brady Wilkening. Kicks, fires, swing and a miss, strike two. A healthy cut there from Wilkening, but just off of it.
It's the same type of stuff we've seen from Entrikin all season, where the ability to go after you and put some strikes on the board even after giving up a walk. He'll give up a lot of free bases, but he'll get a lot of punch outs being this aggressive.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Out number 1 is Brady Wilkening. Strikes out. Up now, Kenyon Wright.
Right, a good at bat last time up, drawing the walk, but saw 5 pitches in the process as well. Going to make you pitch to him.
That one up high to Kenyon Wright. And one of the things that Evan Entrikin is doing very well right now as the pitcher is kind of intimidating the base runners. Being the lefty, he can just pick his leg up and put it back down and throw down if he wanted to. That one up high, it's going to be Ben Clement throwing down to first to try to get the back pick, but quickly is Riley Schmidt back to first. So it's a quickly 2-0 count.
And we saw Riley Schmidt do this the first time he was on base, forcing the bad throw over to first that allowed him to get all the way over to third, and ended up leading to a hit batter as well, followed by a walk to load the bases, but the Warriors unable to do anything with it. Now causing some problems as well and leading to a 3-0 count to Wright, who's looking for his second walk of the evening.
So 3-0, that one catches the inside edge. 3-1 count now with 1 out. It's the same thing that happened to Riley Schmidt, but then Evan Entrikin followed it up with a 4th ball. We'll see if he does it here. Kicks, fires, swing and a miss. As that one will be fouled away. And the ump having a quick chat with Entrikin about who knows what. Maybe just making sure as a lefty he doesn't get too overzealous on his windup, as it could potentially lead to a balk as if he gets distracted by Schmidt enough. So a full count now here. Has done a nice job of staying patient, working it back against Kenyon Wright. And that one, a nice pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Kenyon Wright goes down off of the full count. And now Xavier Bush in a tough position with 2 outs and a runner on, trying not to strand Riley Schmidt for the 2nd straight time.
Yeah, we see a much better approach by Entrikin by dealing with Schmidt's antics over at first this time around. Back-to-back strikeouts after the leadoff walk.
Clean count here now for Xavier Bush, who flew out in his first at-bat to right field as he watches that one at the knees, called strike 1.
I think Entrikin's kind of settling into a bit of a groove. Now, even with the full count, has gotten the better of these last 2 hitters and looking to make it 3 for 3.
Will throw down to first to keep Schmidt honest. But Schmidt able to easily get back to first. So a 0-1 count now. 2 outs here. Scores 2-0 in favor of Ballard. They got 2 quick runs in the top of the 3rd. And Schmidt was sleeping. Now in a pickle. And who's going to have the speed? Will try to slide down. Just bulldoze the player at second. But it will get the pick off. Riley Schmidt gets thrown out at second. Xavier Bush will come back to hit in the bottom of the 4th. But here after 3, it's 2-0 in favor of the Bombers. Blink and you'll miss it. Don't let your best moments disappear. Savvy's Perspective Photography captures the moments you'll want to hold on to forever. Find them on Facebook at Savvy's Perspective Photography or on Instagram at savvys.perspective.photography. Based in Ankeny and serving the surrounding areas. New clients use code SAVVY30 for 30% off your first session. That's SAVVY30. Savvy's Perspective Photography. Sports, portraits, and beyond. The Norwalk Athletic Booster Club exists solely for the purpose of supporting our middle and high school athletic programs. The Booster Club is a volunteer organization that raises funds through membership sponsorships and fundraising events to support and enhance Warrior athletics. It's a fun way to be involved, meet other parents, and work together to provide supplemental resources for our Warriors. If you're a Warrior fan, consider joining the NABC. If you have some time to give, even better. Talk to Mr. Toby about volunteering, and as always, show up in the bleachers to support these Warriors. Back here for the top of the fourth, it's Michael Weichman to lead things off for the Bombers. It's going to be 8-9-1 for the order here in the fourth inning. It's a 2-0 lead for Ballard. Weichman got on in the second inning, but then proceeded to get stranded as he watches the first one go for an 0-1 count. That one, we're going to say he checked his swing as it gets past Kenyon Wright. Hits the backstop, but with nobody on, no damage done. 1-1 count now. Will kick fire. And that one just too low for Michael Weichman. It's now a 2-1 count. Snyder has to battle back. And that one just outside to the righty. Way into the lefty's batter's box was that pitch. So it brings up a 3-1 count. Weichman can stay patient now, making Snyder pitch to him. And that one will be just outside. So Weichman will John over to first and allow for Landon Askelson to come up to bat with a runner on. Askelson will show bunt, but first Snyder will throw down to first. And they're going to say that Snyder balked as Weichman will just walk over to second off of the throwdown. And that is what they're going to say. So it's still 0-0 count. But Weichman will go over to second off of the balk. Will show bunt, but pulled it back and say that it was a ball, and Weichman will steal third.
Rough couple of pitches for the Warriors. You give up the walk after getting ahead 1-2 in the count, a balk, and now a stolen base, which you don't see third gets swiped that often.
It helped that Kenyon Wright dropped the ball on
Literally.
the 1-0 count.
He dropped the ball because he dropped the ball.
That one finds the zone, so a 2-1 count now. Hit on. Colton Moore will fire it. And he's going to lose it at first. So Weichman will score from third, and Askelson will be up at first.
And I would give that another error. He fumbled it at short and a bad throw. Makes it 3-0. It has been another just rough day.
So it's 3-0 in favor of Ballard as Askelson will head to first. Stetson Kane will bring up the top of the order. A chopper, and it will be a foul ball as a hit off of his foot.
That is a pain that is never fun to have, especially if it goes like right off the tip of a toe or something like that. That is just awful.
Yeah, he's trying to shake it off, but that is something that does not shake off very easily. He's playing baseball myself. That is one of the pains that you will feel for a little bit, especially if you just feel the rattling of your nails off of the ball. So an 0-1 count now. Askelson flirting at first to steal. Kenyon Wright, a good pickup out of the turf. Was low, though, so it's a 1-1 count for Kane. Snyder looks over at first. Will kick and fire. Finds the top edge of the zone. So a 1-2 count now here against Stetson Kane. Kane has gone 0 for 2 on the night so far. Grounded out to the pitcher and then flew out to left field. And a nice pitch, a curveball in and out from Josh Snyder to get Stetson Kane swinging. The first out of the inning as it brings up Jake Clement.
I think they badly needed that as a way to kind of, take a sigh of relief. You've got an out up on the board. Try and settle yourself a little bit. You've had another couple of mistakes in the field. You got to find a way to get out of this inning.
Jake Clement will watch that one go low below the knees. So a 1-0 count here with one out and a runner on. Snyder will pitch and fire. The runner will go. And Wright will just not do anything. Eat it there. As Askelson was already halfway to second when Wright was up ready to throw. So a stolen base from Landon Askelson. Swing and a miss. Strike one from Jake Clement. A 2-1 count now here. And that one fired in. You can hear the thud come from the glove of Kenyon Wright.
Yeah, I think the big thing for Snyder is don't try to overcorrect. Go out there, get the out, and another beautiful pitch. That curveball, when he's been able to control it, well, hitters have been having a heck of a time getting a piece of it.
So a 2-2 count now against Jake Clement. Got hit by a pitch last inning and then stole a base and eventually scored. And a swing and a miss, strike three, back-to-back curveballs gets Clement in a whirlpool. 2 gone now as it brings up Evan Kinzenbaugh.
And that is exactly what this team needed. Back-to-back strikeouts. See if you can build some momentum a little bit. Down 3-0, you're still in this game, but you're going into the bottom of the fourth. There's still plenty of time left. At the same time, you do not want to allow that runner at second to score because that's going to destroy the little bit of momentum you've started to build after these last couple of batters.
Snyder will step off. Now kept back and throws and gets the outside edge off of the lefty hitter. Kinzenbaugh just watched it go. And a nice pitch from Snyder to open up the zone there on the outside edge. And now Kinzenbaugh will step off and plot his eye. So an 0-1 count now with 2 outs. 1 run has scored. That was Michael Weichman here in the 4th. That one hit on Colton Moore, a nice grab, and we'll fire it down to first. Keelan Selby, a easy squeeze on it to end the inning. So it's back-to-back-to-back outs to stop the bleeding and get out of this one with less damage than they did in the 3rd. After 3.5, it's 3-0 in favor of Ballard. Back here for the bottom of the 4th, it's 6, 7, and 8 hitting for the Norwalk Warriors. Xavier Bush will lead things off. And he just retreats out of the zone. But it will be low, so it's a 1-0 count for him. That one finds the bottom of the corner. So a 1-1 count now here. That one just chopped back to the pitcher. He'll try to beat the throw, but can't. A nice rope there from Entrican as he retires Bush off the ground out.
Yeah, great recovery as that could have easily eaten up the pitcher, Entrican, but able to make a nice play, throw over, and get the out.
Up now is Keelan Selby, the first baseman, trying to get something going for the Norwalk squad. Watches that one go up high, so a 1-0 count now here. That one goes inside. But finds the zone, so it's a 1-1 count with 1 out. Nobody on here for Keelan Selby. A kick, fire from Entrican. That one hit hard, but will stay foul and go out of play.
Entrican continuing to deal here, looking for another strikeout.
Selby will call time. Make sure he's ready with the 1-2 count. The Warriors getting down to the nit and gritty of this game. Down by 3. And if it stays here, they only have 4 more at-bats, including this one to go. He steps out, but will then step back in and hit hard. And that one will bounce over the head of the center fielder, and he will keep going, but will stay up at second. So Keelan Selby, who wanted to get a time called, doesn't get it called, steps back in, and panic times just hits it as hard as he can, and in doing so gets lost in the darkness, and center field and right field can't put a squeeze on it, and it actually bounces over the head of the center fielder.
For a second, it looked like that had enough to carry over the fence, but sometimes you just kind of put the bat out there and hope. And, you know, there's much worse ways for it to go than that. Could have easily been a strikeout, went after the high fastball, made contact, and because of that speed, even with just a half-hearted attempt, he was able to make great contact on it.
That one gets inside and called a strike. And what looked like it, the wind now kind of blowing in favor of the batter. Looked like it got held up and could have gone potentially. It had a little bit of speed on it in the air that may have drifted it over the center field wall. And that one curves into again for a strike. So an 0-2 count now here early on Cale Wadley. Wadley a little missed about those two calls. Thought they were inside on him. But now an 0-2. That one low. And will be a legitimate ball. So a 1-2 count now. One out and a runner on in scoring position. It's Keelan Selby off of the hysteric hit. Entrican looking intently at second. Will fire. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Wadley goes down swinging.
Third strikeout for Entrican in the last 2 innings. Could have easily let that double by Selby throw him off his groove, but has continued just to wheel and deal here in the middle innings.
Clean count with 2 outs and a runner on second. 180 feet away. That one upstairs for Jackson Howe, the third baseman. Walked and strained it at first. Was Howe in his first at-bat of the game, too. Now a 1-0 count for him. That one finds the outside edge for the righty hitter. Just on the outside part of the plate. So a 1-1 count, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. That one hit hard into the outfield. Center field trying to get a grab on it, and he does. Was fully turned around and just kind of put his glove out, hoping to get the back shoulder in. It drops right in. So Norwalk will remain scoreless after the fly out to center field. Strands Keelan Selby at second, and we'll head to the top of the 5th. 3-0 in favor of Ballard. Back here for the top of the 5th. It's still Josh Snyder delivering for Norwalk. They will get the first one. Tried to check. It was Bryce Miller. And they did not call the strikeout. Yeah, they did. 1-1 count.
Strong chances. The last inning for Snyder threw 76 pitches through 4 innings, and even with those 3 runs allowed.
And that one's a shot deep left field, and it's going to stay in. Miller thought he had it all the way gone, but it will stay just hit off the top of the wall. Bat flip and everything, all for just a double.
Wadley has had his work cut out for him. The left fielders have been put to task in these 2 games. Lot of balls hit deep into the outfield.
So Ethan Rouse up now with a runner on and no outs.
Rouse having a monster game so far, 2 for 2 with an RBI. Got the win in game 1. Has done a little bit of everything for the squad tonight.
Lays down the bunt and will get the out at first. Almost beats the tag, but does his job. Moves Bryce Miller over to third and will sacrifice himself at first.
Very good small ball team. They bunt well. They have a lot of steals. This team is averaging almost 6 steals per contest this year.
That one just low for the catcher, Ben Clement. Makes it a 1-0 count.
No, they did give him the strike. He still offered at it.
He offered all the way through. It's hard sometimes because it doesn't feel like they've been all too consistent on the showing and not showing. Clement will try to get the bunt down again. Will show it all the way through, but just miss it. Will fall into the glove of Kenyon Wright. So an 0-2 count now here quickly on Ben Clement.
Interesting, too, to have the bunt call as... Oh.
And that one will get away from Wright. And they can't get the tag. Miller will score.
Yeah, very wild pitch there. Allows the 4th run to come across the plate. Miller, you know, I think he wanted that home run as he was pretty confident that was gone. And I think that's the first one. We've seen them fly out at the warning track. I think that's one of the first ones we've seen go off the wall.
That one, a hard hit ball, will go foul. Yes, just the second ball tonight that has hit the wall. The other time was in game 1 that almost knocked Ashton Hans unconscious. So 1-2. That one just goes behind.
That was the 85th pitch of the evening.
So the 2-2 count now. Hit hard. Wilkening gets under it and will get the squeeze on it. The one-handed Superman puts the arm up and gets the ball to fall. So 2 outs now here. Off of the F9, Evan Entrikin, the opposing pitcher, will try once again to help his cause. Struck out and flew out to right field where Entrikin's last at-bats. Now trying to do something better to help his team. Quickly will hit on that one, will loft. And Keelan Selby will get under it. Somersault. And
does not look like I think the glove came off.
Okay. Because it looked like he caught it, but then off of the reel in, could not keep a hold on it. So it will just be a strike, foul ball, an 0-1 count for Entrikin. Oh, 1 count now. Snyder trying to fake out the batter by moving his glove. But instead of just fakes himself out as he throws way outside. Make it a 1-1 count. 2 outs here now on the opposing pitcher. Pitcher, pitcher, mano, mano. 1-1 count, fires down the gut, strike 2.
Very likely could be the last batter that Snyder faces tonight. Just trying to go out on a high note.
Try to open up the zone on the outside there, but can't get it to fall. So deuces are wild here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. That one just low, fills up the count, makes it 3-2. Tried to go inside and low to get Entrican to swing or just catch the plate, but can't do so there. The wind-up, kick, pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3 to retire the side. Entrican goes down, strikes him out. That is the 5th strikeout of the night for Josh Snyder. As we head to the bottom of the 5th, it's 3-4-0 in favor of Ballard. Blink and you'll miss it. Don't let your best moments disappear. Savvy's Respector Photography captures the moments you'll want to hold on to forever. Find them on Facebook or on Instagram at savvys.perspective.photography. Based in Ankeny and serving the surrounding areas. New clients use code SAVVY30 for 30% off your first session. That's SAVVY30. Savvy's Respector Photography, sports, portraits, and beyond. The Norwalk Athletic Booster Club exists to support our middle and high school athletic programs. The club is a volunteer organization that raises funds through membership, sponsorships, and events to enhance Warrior athletics for all student athletes. It's a fun way to be involved, meet other parents, and work together to provide resources for our teams. If you're a Warrior fan, consider joining the NABC. If you have some time to give, even better. Talk to Mr. Toby about volunteering, and as always, show up in the bleachers to support these Warriors. Colton Moore up to the plate, going through the 3rd time of the order. That one will just foul it away and go right behind us. Up and away, that one went behind the press box here.
It's been very efficient work tonight from what we've seen from Entrican. Obviously, pitching a shutout here so far. Needed just 62 pitches to get through 4 innings. And he's been on a roll lately. A strikeout in the last inning, 2 the inning before that. And essentially worked a 1-2-3 inning last time through.
Quickly now an 0-2 count off of the swing and miss from Colton Moore, the shortstop. That one, whole rip, but not get the barrel of the bat. Will get much higher up and will be easily squeezed on by the left fielder, Ethan Rouse. So 1 out now here off of the F7. Asher Hans now up to the plate. The second baseman flew out to center field and struck out through his last 2 at-bats. Now here in the 5th, trying to do something better. Hasn't batted since the 2nd inning. It was 2 long innings for Evan Entrican, but since that point in the 3rd and 4th, worked very efficiently. That one finds the outside edge on the lefty hitter. Makes it a 1-1 count with 1 out. That one goes low, making it a 2-1 count here. So the 2-1 That one hit hard but fouled away behind. Just not enough to straighten it out. Ashton Hahn's a very solid hitter for the squad, but has very much quieted down through the back half of the season. Another foul ball behind. Hits off of the safety net. Keeps it a 2-2 count with 1 out. Hahn's doing a good job of staying alive. Entrikin will fire that one. Another foul ball behind, the 3rd straight foul ball from Ashton Hahn's, making both the pitcher work and himself work. The 2-2 now here. And another foul ball. That is the 4th foul ball we've seen here. So still a 2-2 count. Ashton Hahn's will not go away quietly. That one will go low and away from the catcher. 3-2 count now here. Ben Clement trying to reel that one in, but that one came with too much pace and hit off of the plate. 3-2 count now. That one up high, another wild pitch. But nobody on it will advance the runner.
What a great piece of hitting by Hahn's on that one. Got down early in the count, able to fight him off and draw a walk. Probably the best at-bat we've seen from Norwalk in this second game.
So a clear count for Riley Schmidt, the DH. Had a single in the 1st inning and then walked in the 3rd. Did eventually get out in that pickle situation, but still has played very well in this one considering all that has occurred. Now a 1-0 count. After that one goes high for Schmidt. Another high ball here from Entrikin to make it a 2-0 count. He's gone high for the last 2. Look for him to go low to get Schmidt swinging. A fire. And that time goes high and outside. So a 3-0 count, a great hitters count here for Riley Schmidt. And it forces Entrikin to pitch to him and throw a strike. The 3-0 count. That one goes in for a strike. 3-1 now.
Schmidt clearly taken all the way on that one. I think he's looking for something he can hit here. We saw the power earlier in the first game. An extra base hit could potentially put the Warriors on the board.
So 3-1 now. The kick, fire, checked it, and we'll get the check to go. So station to station it goes off of the walk. Ashton Hahn's will head to second. Schmidt will go to first off of the back-to-back walks there.
And there'll be a meeting at the mound. I don't know if they'll quite pull him yet, but definitely want to have a conversation.
And for the meeting, we will take a quick break. back after the mound visit. Everything looks to be all right, and Dandy Entrican still firing for the Bombers. Now with 2 runners on, a runner in scoring position, Ashton Hans. He walked, and then that one was followed by Riley Schmidt at first, who also walked off of balls. It's Brady Wilkeny now to hit. That first one will go in for a strike. Entrican has really liked to go out and in, go quite a bit, just barely flirting with that out of the zone, and then it will just break right into the zone. And has worked for him quite well tonight now with an 0-1 count, 1 gone. Swing and a miss, strike 2, Brady Wilkening.
Yeah, we've seen on the other side for Snyder that he's worked that curveball in with that 2-seam fastball. We've kind of seen Entrican just kind of come out and go after, try to overpower hitters, and it's been effective tonight. Obviously, it's the first time he's really gotten in a jam at all this evening.
Now an 0-2 count. That one will go in on Wilkening, who will have to skirt out of the way. So a 1-2 count now for the Warriors, as the backfield ump will signal something.
I think there's lights or something. It may have been.
I think the first base coach called time.
Okay.
I think he got something in his eye.
Yeah.
Seen that a couple times dealing with the bugs. Gets the nighttime, you get him flying around with all the lights.
And with the heat, they are out ready to feast. 1-2 count now for Wilkening. He will hit that one and can't get the diving grab. They will get the lead runner at third. But the second baseman, the elder of the Clement brothers, Jake Clement, dove to get the grab. Couldn't get it. But because Ashton Hans was afraid that he was going to get doubled up, didn't keep running. And because of that, it allowed Jake Clement to fire it down to third and get the lead runner. It does, though, allow Schmidt to move to second, and Wilkening will be up at first off of the fielder's choice.
Yeah, it was a great piece of awareness to go after the lead runner. Probably could have made the easy play at second, but saw that he had time, able to make a nice split-second decision, get a good throw over around the runner, and come up with that lead out.
That one out of the zone for Kenyon Wright. So 2 runners on the same position, a runner at second and first. Now with the 2-0 count. And 2 gone here. Entrican will fire. Swing and a miss, strike 1 for Kenyon Wright. Wanted to get a hold of that one, and if he did, it would have been a nice piece of hitting, but just over it. The pitch will go and find the zone. 2-2 count now. As a other commentator, Liam, likes to say, somebody's cheating at poker. 2 bases are covered. 2 on. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. That one will be fouled away. So still 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on. For the multiple of 2, number 4, Kenyon Wright. That one low, gets away from Ben Clement, the catcher, but it takes a Ballard bounce and it goes right back to the pitcher. So no harm done.
This is a huge pitch right here from Entrican. Runners are going to be going. If Wright can drive something, it might be enough to score both of them.
3-2 count, the payoff pitch. Runners go. That one goes foul. Aggressive hit there from Kenyon Wright. So the 3-2 count. Back at it again. Take number 2. 2 outs here. Crunch time in this one. Payoff pitch. We'll go back to second, but Riley Schmidt had no leadoff, to be honest. So he was able just to quickly put his foot back onto the bag. Try to do a sneaky pickoff, but Riley Schmidt was way ahead. And now the second base umpire will call time again. And now they're telling everybody to get off. I actually wonder if it wasn't
I think
lightning in the area, and by the looks of it, I think they're calling it. We'll take a quick break. We'll take a quick break to make sure we'll have everything, or we'll update you guys as we come back. So back here on Part of My French Media, due to the lateness of the game and how far we got into it, and the lightning keeps on striking, we will end it here midway through Game 2. So halfway through the 5th inning, the bottom of the 5th inning, it was 2 outs, full count, but none of that matters as Ballard will come away, I believe, with the win in a 4-0 halfway game conclusion. I'll send it to you, Tyler, for our Savvy's Perspective Photography Player of the Game.
Yeah, Keelan Selby had quite a night overall for himself. He gets the honor here, thanks in large part to essentially what was a frantic last-second desperation swing at a pitch that would have possibly caused him to strike out, that he clubbed almost over the fence out into one of the deepest spots in the park. And just overall, a disappointing night for Norwalk, but some great show out opportunities for Selby getting in this game, and then our player of the game in Game 1, Riley Schmidt, hitting the first home run on these new fields for the program.
So that will do it here on Part of My French Media. In Game 1, Ballard just absolutely bludgeons their way to a 16-7 win. And then in Game 2, Ballard gets ahead after a strong 3rd, 4th, and 5th inning to make it a 4-0 win for them. So Ballard will sweep the doubleheader here in Norwalk. Next up for Norwalk, it will be next Wednesday against Carlisle here at home. And then for the Bombers, they have a doubleheader against Gilbert at home on Monday, July 6th. But for all of us here on Part of My French Media, I'm Ian Nelson alongside Tyler French and our productions manager, Gary French. Thank you all for tuning in, and we'll be back here on Part of My French Media.